Reacting to everything from day one, a little mock draft later probably, and then, going over everything that happened in day one and then reacting to everything in real time from day two. That's what we're going to talk about on a special live edition of Stealing Bananas. I'm Ben Gretsch. You can find the newsletter at bengretsch.substack.com. With me as always is Shawn Siegele. Find out his great work over at Rotoviz. And Shawn, I am so excited to talk with you about everything that happened yesterday, and that doesn't even get into the fact that today is always so fun. There are so many landing spots that happen on day two that matter so much for fantasy. I mean, this is kind of the meat and potatoes of the draft, right? Like, we know that day one is obviously the premier players that are getting the big draft capital. There's some really interesting landing spots there, but some of them were kind of known. Some of them we kind of had an idea where they might go. Day two, you start to get that's interesting for the veterans on that team. And, that's, great draft capital for that prospect that we were trying to see. But there's a lot of interesting running backs out there that are going to go. We'll see where some of these wide receivers end up. We'll see which wide receivers the NFL likes, because we don't really know that quite yet. It's going to be a fun day two. We're going to be here. Man, it's going to be like 5 hours, I think. We've done this the last few years. It's usually pretty long. How are you doing?
Good. As you said, day two is the day for fantasy. Now, we were lucky enough to get quite a few interesting players going off the board in round one last night. This draft is so good at running back that maybe day three will actually be the day. And yet we still got several running backs in the first round, so we already know where they are obviously going to go. I was hoping that Henderson was going to sneak into the back of round one. I mean, then I know about the skill players. So when the Chiefs come on the board, I'm like, take Burden, take Henderson. And they probably felt they needed to take an offensive lineman, but an injured offensive lineman, take one of these guys who's healthy. So, we'll see where those guys come off. Burden's certainly somebody who, we suspected might fall, but it is still a disappointment for him to get out of round one.
It is. It's a disappointment on Burden. Henderson, another one, as you mentioned. We were kind of thinking, he might go ahead of Hampton, but Marion Hampton was always kind of expected to be the RB2. That would have been a little bit of a surprise. Hampton goes easily in round one at 22. A lot of people had him mocked to the Broncos at 20. He goes past the Broncos, and then their division rival 2 picks later are like, all right, fine, then we'll take him. Happy to do so. And then Henderson doesn't go the next 10 picks, as you mentioned. Simmons, the report came out that the Chiefs pick, I knew you'd go right to the Chiefs pick, but the report came out that his medicals were good. He was supposed to have gone much higher, was the sort of the discussion. So both the Eagles and Chiefs picks at 31 and 32 by most of the post first round grade type stuff that I saw today, just kind of floating around on social and things like that. It was both of the Super Bowl teams got 15 pick values relative to the, whatever the consensus was. That's obviously not always 100% accurate or anything, but that's what the Eagles have made a living off of, right? Is drafting these dudes that no one else wants to draft for whatever reason. They're like, all right, we'll just draft off the consensus big board. You're going to give us ADP value. Basically, they're that guy. And then the Chiefs were kind of that guy this year as well. They got an offensive lineman. We had Davis Maddock on Ship Chasing last night, and he was really rooting against Travion Henderson going there. I was hoping the Chiefs might make up for taking Clyde Edwards-Helaire at the 32nd pick years ago. You've talked about it so many times on the show over the years that they had an opportunity to take a potentially explosive running back in that first round pick when they did that a few years back. They seem to have learned the lesson that they don't need to actually use first round picks on running backs, as opposed to we could have taken Jonathan Taylor. The lesson was maybe that they drafted the wrong one, right?
Yeah. So you pass on Jonathan Taylor, you pass on Breece Hall, you pass on Travion Henderson. All of those kind of at your own risk. Henderson, a guy who has a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs to his game, which has certainly made the Detroit Lions offensive line play up. You do need to have an offensive line. You also need to have players that the defense has to account for. The Detroit Lions have that. The current version of the Kansas City Chiefs do not.
Yes. But I mean, they took a lineman here. Like, they're trying to address that. I want to ask you. I want to start on a player that I think you were not particularly high on through a lot of the early process. There's so many players here. I haven't had a chance to talk to you at all today that I was curious about your thoughts on. I had a lot of fun on Chip Chasing talking to those guys. Emeka Ibuka is a guy that I know you were a little bit skeptical of from a profile perspective. He has some interesting, like, per route volume earning stuff, some of the things that I looked at. So when we did our wide receiver show a week or so ago, I was a little bit more like, oh, he's kind of interesting. And as you talked through it, I mean, there's some questionable stuff there with sort of the ball in hand stuff, broken tackles, evaded tackles after the catch. He's a slot receiver, probably. I know Pat Corain on Ship Chasing last night was saying maybe that's an unfair characterization. Maybe he actually can play outside in those things. I think he gets characterized as this high floor but low ceiling type, which is maybe also fair. It's hard to tell. You know, in your write-up recently, you did we'll reference this several times, but over at Rotoviz, you just did a recent, right before the mock, before the actual draft, a rookie, basically a list of your rookie rankings, tiered rankings for rookie drafts for Dynasty. I think you had Ibuka up to 202 by the time you published that. I was chatting with you a little bit when you were still putting that together, and I think you had him a little lower even before, but he moved up there, and I think in your write-up you said, I couldn't really move him any lower than this based on the expected draft capital and those things. He does go 19 overall. He was the most interesting landing spot on night one to me because the Bucs went out and re-signed Chris Godwin at the 11th hour. They waited almost until free agency. He was one of those signings that happened like an hour before free agency or the tampering period opened. They give him a bunch of money. Like, he's tied there now for a couple of years. That tends to happen with big free agent contracts, essentially. He was about to hit unrestricted free agency. They gave him a bunch of guarantees, which means that he's not going to be cut even after this year. Probably, I think there was maybe an out after 2 years, but it would carry a decent amount of dead money. It's probably more like a 3-year deal at minimum. And we know the reason I bring him up is, I mean, receivers move around a lot. They do have Mike Evans as like a true X receiver. They can use the other two guys and do different types of, stacked formations, bunch formations. They'll do all sorts of stuff, obviously. We see that a lot at the NFL level. But if Ibuka's better in the slot, Godwin is this guy that over the course of his career, when he's played more in the slot, has had his best seasons. And when he's played more outside, has tended to be more mediocre as a producer. And so you go and sign him to this huge deal to be presumably your slot receiver for the next several years. And then in the first round, the way I was putting it last night, I was like, how do you not have someone else on your board? I understand the idea of best player available, but there are so many positions in the NFL, to building an NFL roster. You got to have other players that are at least somewhat of a need. If you're getting essentially a slot at best player and the guy you just re-signed to bring back as a slot at best player, it's just a bizarre fit in that regard for me, even if they think he was the best player on the board there. I think it's certainly not ideal for Jalen McMillan, which was the initial response. He can play in 3 receiver sets, but I don't know that I love him playing in 3 receiver sets with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. Now, Godwin's rehabbing a major injury. Evans is getting up there, missed some time last year, finally got the 1,000 yards in week 18 to keep his streak going. But one of these years, that 1,000 yards streak is going to end. He's had some hamstring issues. He's had some things. There's a lot of uncertainty, I would say, 3 years down the road with the Bucs wide receivers. So it's probably not a bad thing to just keep building and being strong there if you think he's a really strong receiver. I'm curious what your read was on this. Maybe, especially coming at it from more of like he's a high floor type, but maybe low ceiling type prospect that he now gets stuck behind 2, Pro Bowl wide receivers. What do you think that's going to mean for the Bucs?
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you had any insight into, what their trade plans were, because one of the things with it is that, these guys do seem somewhat locked in, and you have an older player with an injury, but he's the one who's definitely locked in, right? So that part is tricky. Godwin and McMillan combined for 88 slot targets a year ago. Kate Otten, 47 of his 87 come out of the slot. Now, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't run formations with these guys all in the field. You obviously can. I think that we sometimes get kind of overly caught up in this idea, kind of, as you mentioned, if this guy's a slot, this guy isn't. McMillan and Ibuka probably do very different types of things out of the slot. You're trusting your offense to be run in an interesting, dynamic way. We did a full show, if not really several shows, on building an absolute juggernaut, having this crazy offense. The Bucs, I think, are a better team top to bottom than people realize. So in some ways, they're probably better set up to make a luxury pick than some other teams. And yet it is sort of weird, because when I do the final write-up on Ibuka, I was mentioning, you've got this off the charts character situation that everybody around him seems to love him. I do think that part is important. You can argue for the strong route running. You can argue for athleticism that doesn't actually show up in the production, and maybe it would in the future, right? He has this supposed 4.45 at his pro day. So again, you have this very high floor, but when you make a luxury pick at this spot in the draft and you're planning for the future, usually it's at a position where you're like, this guy should simply not be there. And when we look at Ibuka overall, most of the data would suggest that the only reason he was being considered in the first round anyway is because the class is so weak at receiver. Mm-hmm. And so if you're really more making like a mid-second round pick as a luxury pick for the future, that's where it gets a little bit weird. Right. But again, maybe their evaluation on Ibuka is the one that's correct.
Yeah, maybe they see him as a top 10 overall player, and then at 19, it's like we just couldn't let him go. But that's essentially what it seems like when they go and get a guy that seems a little bit redundant. Browns made the first pick of the night while we were chatting there. They go linebacker. They stay put. It was interesting to see them having the first pick in the second round. A lot of people have talked about Shadur Sanders as a scheme fit there. They also have the fourth pick in the second round, so they'll be back up here in a moment. Excuse me. I thought they might start day two with Sanders there. Josh Norris over at Underdog was talking about how Trevion Henderson would be a fun fit in one of these picks for the Browns as their new sort of number one running back. They go linebacker. Carson Schwessinger. The chat's asking for, again, spoilers. I'm totally fine with you guys telling us when picks have come in and who made the pick. We've done this for the last few years. In past years, we've had people like asking a question about like, is this guy a good fit for this team, but without a question mark. And I think it's a real pick. So I'm just like, if you're going to say it, like, give me like an Adam Schefter report. You know what I mean? Like as you report it as official. Oh, there it is. Popped up on my other screen, Sean. It's our guy, Jaden Higgins, to Houston, to the Texans to play with CJ Stroud. I say our guy because I know you're really high on him. And I was talking to you about a pre-draft rookie draft in one of my dynasty leagues and went ahead and took Higgins after some discussion with you. So he's now on one of my dynasty rosters already. I got him at 202 in the pre-draft, and I was hoping he'd go early here for that reason because he seemed like that next receiver. You really liked him. Couple of years at Eastern Kentucky, not Western Kentucky. We talked about this a little bit on the show last week. Eastern Kentucky, hard to find his data. And when you do find it, you're a little underwhelmed. It seems like they had a pretty big spread offense. He only had like 700 yards. Several guys were in this like 700-yard range on that offense. He goes to Iowa State. Nonetheless, he's able to transfer into a D1 school and has two really great seasons at Iowa State. And when you watch him play, he's really good. You talked about his really low drop rate. When I went and watched his highlights, he's really good with the ball skills, right? There's some like route running concerns in those things. He had a too high rate of contested catches for some people, but he wins the ball. I like the way that he plays the ball in the air. He's a fun dude to watch. He's got some real NFL size. He's like 6'4". He's got some speed, right? What is it about him that you really like?
Well, I think that this is sort of your McMillan arbitrage pick. And one of the things, Ben, I thought was very exciting from day one was how early McMillan went.
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird. I mentioned this, I think, on one of the shows, but how when you end up doing this stuff and then just you have this, little moment where you see somebody in person just kind of randomly. He walks into this Arizona softball game ahead of me one day and, very friendly, taking pictures of folks, exchanging handshakes with the facility people there. And I mean, he just looks like a superhero. And when you look at McMillan's numbers, you're like, yeah, he is. You watch him play, you're like, yeah, he is. I thought he should have been a top 10 pick. I thought it was really strange when people talking about him falling. That was awesome. So then you come back on day 2. And one of the things here, I did have Higgins and Burden still both ahead of Ibuka and Golden after round 1 last night. So did the live updates on my mock, kind of the post-draft, but live version of it where you're moving people up and down. And, one of the things when that happens is you're thinking, okay, well, if Higgins and Burden don't go early in round 2, this is going to look bad. At the same time, you're expecting them generally in that range. And if you had Ibuka and Golden down in round 2, knowing they were going to get drafted in round 1 going in, it'd be really weird to come off of that and immediately be like, oh, well, they actually went where we were expecting. I got to move them up. I kept them more or less in the same spot. But I mentioned we do need Higgins and Burden to now go, which they do here. I think this is a great spot, a great situation. Go ahead.
Burden hasn't. Higgins goes off before Burden, which is a little bit interesting. Burden, throughout the process, I know early on in the mock drafts, the expected draft capital based on like average mock draft, he was at like 23 for a while. And then it started to slide. And then it was like, oh, he might actually be a second round pick. I think he finished with a lot of the mock drafts and the averages right outside the first round. I think his average on a couple of the sites that I was looking at was like 35, 37, stuff like that. So in these next few picks was the expectation. The point is he was, and him and Ibuka were similar in that regard. He was expected to be in sort of the late first, early second discussion. Higgins, not necessarily. This feels high for what his expectation was, which, makes that very exciting. For him to go ahead of Burden is pretty fascinating here. And the Texans, they hit on a similar player, on Nico Collins a couple years ago, a bigger body and outs. I mean, he's going to be another outside wide receiver. It'll be interesting to see. I'm excited for Higgins there. I mean, I think that's a fun fit.
And we got to get into a little bit more of actual Higgins numbers here in a sec. But Ben, we also, I think, talked on the show about how we did make a trade for CJ Stroud in our RV Triflex League just last week. And this is perfect for us from that perspective as well. One of the reasons I think that Higgins can be a great complement to Collins is that last year he was used all over the place. Draws 56 of his targets in the slot. He has 44 underneath, 56 intermediate, 36 deep targets. One of the kind of cool stats for him, which is also a little bit of a red flag for his teammate Jalen Knoll, who had a spectacular combine as well, is that Higgins was actually better on the underneath types of players, significantly better evasion numbers, had a higher catch rate. Higgins has 5 100-yard games against Big 12 opponents last year. You mentioned the low drop rates. He's a 91st percentile free score guy. He's an 87th percentile explosion score guy. This is somebody who over the last 2 years put up a lot of numbers, did it out of a variety of alignments. He can do it at different levels. He's good with the ball in his hands. He's a really good athlete. He's big. We talked a lot about McMillan being like a slightly more dynamic version of Drake London. I think we could maybe put Higgins in a similar type of category. And so for an NFL team drafting him, you're getting a nice price on that type of profile, if in fact the profile plays up to what some of these numbers and athleticism are. But again, when you succeed at multiple levels, when you're multifaceted, when you're big, when you're athletic, when you have production, it doesn't mean you're going to succeed, but it's not like a very narrow one path type of way. So I think you've got multiple paths to success, then both you and the team have more ways you can get this done.
Yeah, he's going to be on the field. He's going to get opportunities. Seattle traded up. People were in the chat talking about maybe they're coming up for a QB. They go safety. That Nick Emanwari guy who was a first-round consideration. I just saw his RAS chart come over. The relative athletic score from Kent Lee Platt is a perfect 10. He's one of the most athletic safeties we've seen. He goes to Seattle. And then I see from Ari Merov, the My Sports Update guy, that the Browns with that second pick did go running back, Sean. They did go Ohio State running back, Sean. They did not take the Ohio State running back that I wanted them to take, Sean. They took the guy that slid a little bit in your last mock. Quinshon Judkins goes ahead of Travion Henderson here at number 36, and looks like he's a bigger back. He's got size. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, because we talked about this at the end of last year, was how some of the bigger backs seem to do a little bit. The way that I was putting it was like better than I expected them to in last season. Like that was one of the sort of big takeaways from the 2024 fantasy season, really in trying to like parse the running back scoring, was that you had a lot of guys like David Montgomery. You had Najee Harris had his best year. He's not great or anything. Josh Jacobs didn't really do much, but scored a lot. Because we've talked about how defenses are getting lighter and getting smaller, and then some of these more physical backs, bigger backs, may be able to just sort of fall forward for a couple extra yards on enough carries that starts to become, and it becomes more effective in the red zone and those types of things. Judkins, you described to me, is sort of the Josh Jacobs of this tandem. To do the Alabama comp, he's the Josh Jacobs and Travion Henderson, sort of the Javid Best, the explosive one, the lighter one, but the one that can hit home runs, the guy that maybe only gets 15 touches a game in some setups, but those 15 touches can be very impactful 15 touches. Judkins is more going to be your next Nick Chubb. He's not that good, but we can give him 25 carries and we feel good about that, right? Did they make a mistake here in going him over Henderson? You get those cold weather games in Cleveland down the stretch. You need some physicality. Defenses are getting lighter. This maybe is a pretty good fit for Judkins.
Yeah, I think so. I like it. I've told you that I've been drafting him quite a bit. I mean, he's one of these guys where I really don't think he's getting the full credit. Now, we had Scott Barrett on OT. He had some great points about how inefficient Judkins has been. But I mean, my just very first sentence into Judkins in the mock talks about how he was overshadowed by Henderson at Ohio State, but he may be the better NFL player after confirming the 3-down upside with a 4.48 40, the 98th percentile explosion at 221 pounds. That all goes to what you were talking about. Henderson gets the top athletic score from Next Gen, and yet Judkins, right, the big back, had a tick faster 10-yard split. We're talking about a guy with 1 yard less than 1,700 scrimmage yards as a freshman. And that second season as well, where his yards per carry numbers are terrible, he had the most broken tackles of any power conference back in the last 5 years. And so, again, I mean, you prefer the explosion, you prefer the yards, especially when you're talking about in the NFL as a fantasy back. And yet when we think about a player who could be a better NFL player than he was a college player, I mean, this is the guy who could do it. Someone who's big, someone who's crazy athletic, someone who breaks a lot of tackles. He's not a bad receiver. Talk about getting the volume. I mean, I would not be surprised at all if Judkins, and there are many ways in which Judkins is somewhat similar to Hampton, except for some of the efficiency, which again, you're probably looking at a different caliber of schedule as well there. When you're talking about size, you're talking about youth, you're talking about athleticism, talking about flexibility. Judkins now seems like he's off to the races.
Yeah, and I apologize. I kind of misrepresented where you were at on Judkins, because I remember our conversation on the running backs a few weeks ago, and you talked about both these Ohio State backs together in that next group, and you still had him in your most recent tiered rankings list as the next running back after Henderson. But I just remembered seeing the red next to his name. You had moved him down a couple slots, but behind some risers at other positions. And so not necessarily, I mean, when I say you moved him down, you had him at 108 in Superflex, and you have, some key players ahead of that. TreVeyon Henderson, a tier ahead of that, a guy that I know you really, really like because you like those lighter, explosive backs that can be the next Jamal Charles or the next. I almost said Javid Best, not Javid Best. Why can't I think of?
Well, I sort of like what Gibbs did last year. I mean,
Gibbs.
for me, that's what
doing?
all these teams should be looking for.
Jahmyr Gibbs was very good last year. Very, very good. So Judkins goes to the Browns, and you're the one who, to me, as I've talked to you and seen other opinions, has seemed steadfastly higher than market on Judkins. And even as you slid him a little bit, you still had him as your RB4 in your most recent rankings. Again, that was pre-draft. Good landing spot for him. Good draft capital for him. Certainly exciting. We'll see when Henderson goes, presumably very soon. He was a candidate to go in the first round based on some of the latest reports toward the end of draft season. The Raiders are trading right now out of number 37, the next pick after Judkins. The Dolphins are coming up. They like fast, explosive players. They got rid of Mostert. They still have Devon Achane. Maybe they'll think that they need to come get TreVeyon Henderson and just create a two-headed elite running back. I mean, that wouldn't be fun for Achane or anything, but we'll see what they do.
Really need some other positions.
They need something other than their like three good players that they have. Yeah, that would be helpful. Patriots pick next after that. That's a team that could certainly be in the market for an explosive back, something to pair with Ramondre Stevenson. Obviously, Vrabel taking over there. There was some thought that they might even be considering Genty in the first round, right? And then the Bears pick, followed by the Saints, followed by the Bears again. The Bears are picking twice in the next 5 picks. That at 10 was one of the most mocked landing spots for Genty. Of course, they went Colston Loveland. Sean, we're going to have to talk about the tight ends at some point here as well that went on day 1. But if the Bears land TreVeyon Henderson, the Jahmyr Gibbs comps, the Ben Johnson scenario. I mean, we know that Ben Johnson loves the running back position. We know that he's going to use the running back position. We have the potential. There's a question in the chat to put a live draft tracker on screen. I could, I suppose, find a way to put. Got to find a simple screen. The Dolphins came up for an offensive guard from Arizona, Jonah Savinia. I probably said that wrong. But they needed offensive.
He probably has a lot of pauses and slurs in it when he says it.
There's probably a few more syllables that I gave him. But the Patriots are up. The Bears are up. I'd love to see TreVeyon Henderson go in one of these next few picks. Patriots are up before the Bears, but then the Bears will be up. You said the first name right. I love that. His first name's Jonah. Got that part. ESPN Draft House, pretty simple if you view it by round. Yeah, that's the one I have up here. I guess I could just pull that up. If I really zoom it in, it's kind of small, but yeah. All right. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna share this. Here we go. It's got all these why Stephen A attributes Shadur's fall out of the first round to Dion. I just want to the picks. Last night, Pete found a thing that he was able to really just isolate the picks, which was pretty cool. But anyway, this is where we're at now. Yeah. Let's talk about some more of the first round stuff. We have 5 hours to hang out, Sean, and talk. And yet I was like, well, in my head, I was thinking we'll have some time in the first part of the third round to discuss all the storylines from last night. We got through Ibuka, basically. There's so many more things that I wanted to ask you about from last night. And we've had, talked about Higgins, we've talked about Judkins. There's obviously going to be so much going on. But I do want to go back to round one. I want to talk to you about rookie draft in particular. You have Gene T going 6. He's your 101. That next tier, I mentioned I was on with the ship chasing guys last night. Everyone seemed to feel very confident that Travis Hunter had to be the 102 now that he went second overall into the Jaguars, who traded up to get him. I do think it's fascinating. I've been very optimistic about Hunter playing both ways and playing a lot of wide receiver. He lands in a place that already has a really dynamic young wide receiver. They talked about, Liam Cohen had a quote last night about him. He's going to play wide receiver first and then sort of DB second. But the way that his profile could play out at the NFL level is one of those things where, because he's so good and because he's so dynamic and because of the things that he can do in other ways, it could limit him from putting up statistical ceilings offensively, right? In this case, I mean, there's a lot of variety of ways that this can happen in football, whether it's like, a tight end who's a great blocker, so he doesn't get to run enough routes or something like that. But in Hunter's case, it's literally that he can play an entirely different position. Because he does that, it could limit, because of, certain odd situations that are unforeseeable. There's a lot of uncertainty. It could limit his ability to have monster offensive seasons, essentially, or however that pans out. And then you also have Brian Thomas there, who can limit any other receiver because he can have games where he gets 15 targets and 12 catches, right? I guess as excited as I was about the trade up and the landing spot, because I think the landing spot's fantastic. You get Trevor Lawrence, you get Liam Cohen, and I do think he's definitely going to play offense. And I wrote a whole article yesterday before the draft, just kind of waiting around, kind of put together my whole take on Travis Hunter and what I think is kind of in store for him and what's so fascinating about him. To me, that landing spot there's so much unique stuff here, but to me, that landing spot was a thing where it was like, well, does it cap him just a little? I'm curious if you think he's the clear 102, or two other players that would have been in that discussion who got awesome capital. Do they, and landing spots, do they move ahead of him? And that's Tet McMillan, who goes 8th overall. You just mentioned him a bit ago. There was some discussion he might slide. We both couldn't really understand that in the wide receiver show recently. He does go 8, and he goes to Carolina, where Bryce Young played better. Dave Canales has been good at designing an offense, and I think getting the ball to the wide receivers that he kind of wants to build around. I was really excited about Deontay Johnson in this offense last year. It obviously didn't pan out favorably, but in the 7 games he played there, he had 3 games where he had, I think it was something like 100 yards and a TD in 3 of those games. He had meaningful production across a few games. You had Jalen Coker having meaningful production. You had Adam Thielen late in the season having meaningful production. McMillan steps in, should be the clear number 1, runs all the intermediate routes really, really well. There's some question about whether he can actually win deep. I don't know that's this is a great spot for him to just go rack up a ton of intermediate targets. And then if he does do some stuff deep, he could be a monster statistically. So I think, he's clearly in that tier at the least. And then you have Amarian Hampton, the other running back that goes in the first round, goes 22 to the Chargers. They have Najee Harris, but they have Najee Harris on a 1-year deal. It's a limited amount of money. I do think Najee's going to be a little bit of a workload concern for Hampton in the first 2 months of the year. Hampton's going to be a pretty clear redraft play for back-weighted production. And then certainly 2026 and beyond, it will look like his backfield in a Jim Harbaugh offense with Najee being just on the 1-year deal. He's another guy that's got to be in that tier right now. I'm curious what you think of those 3 guys, because I thought last night was a little underwhelming, but I thought those 3 guys, it was very positive for all of them.
And this is one of the reasons that these rookie drafts are so much fun at fantasy football. Travion
goes as I'm talking and asking you that question. He does go to the Patriots, so he doesn't make it one more pick to the Bears. I would have liked him with Ben Johnson. They did a bunch of work on the offensive line this offseason. It would have been pretty fun to see him land with the Bears there. He does go to the Patriots. I think he'll pretty quickly displace Ramondre Stevenson, who's, I think, 27 now already. That's pretty exciting, right? Alongside Drake May.
Is it?
You're not that.
I mean, do we still have concerns about the quality of just what this offense is going to be like if it's a team that really wants to score? And I want my running backs, I want all these players, to go to teams that want to score. And so from that perspective, maybe a little bit underwhelming. And I think that once you put a competent staff back in place, then Ramondre becomes interesting again too, because his main problem is just holding onto the football. Now, that's going to get you benched and maybe not ever playing again. But when he was out there, this isn't like a guy who, I mean, he had some stretches at times where he wasn't as good. The main problem again last year is simply that he was fumbling at a pretty crazy rate. Then before we get into Travion, let's answer that previous question, or at least discuss it, because one of the things with Hunter is that it seems to me like people have been misunderstanding kind of where he is on both sides of it. When people were assuming he was going to be a defensive back and would play a little bit of receiver, they were far too low on him and didn't seem to understand that he was going to play both. Once you then jump way up, though, you have similar problems in the other direction, where, again, I mean, the whole idea here from a dynasty perspective is that you're going to play both. This was an insane trade, right? This was absolutely unjustified by the Jaguars, unless you're saying this guy is going to play both positions, as you said all along, is going to be good at both positions, is going to get a monster contract because he's delivering value at both positions. But once you go back and evaluate Hunter purely as a receiver, I don't know that we then have the results to necessarily push him up to the 102. That, to me, especially when you have concerns about how is it going to all play out, seems overbaked, then especially when you have what you talked about with the competition. And I mean, I was pretty excited about this. I do think that what Liam Cohen does with it should be a lot of fun. I do think he's going to score. But when you look at this group, so I have 3 different tiers through 107, and Judkins did stay in that group overnight, even before the good pick today. Tyler Warren had fallen out of it with his landing spot there with quarterbacks who can't pass the ball and a team that won't have very many pass attempts. But you could make that 3 tiers like I've done, or you can make it just one big tier and have even more humility with it, saying all these guys probably should be in the mix together. The situation for Hunter doesn't seem to be as good as the situation for McMillan, whom we can count on more from a receiving perspective to start with. And then when you think about the upside of these running backs and probably the greater safety with the running backs, because mostly what they need is simply for the coach to say, you're going to get the ball. I think that you can, I mean, certainly you can have Hunter at 2, but if you have him at 2, you can certainly have him at 1. You can have him all the way down at 7. I think that's also fine, because in the same way that he was always undervalued when people were looking at the downsides of playing both ways, he now seems like he's probably overvalued with the idea that he's going to start at wide receiver.
Yeah, I do think if you're saying he's a clear 102, that he probably is. Now, Ron Stewart was on the show, and his case for Hunter at 102 in some ways boiled down to a high floor. He was saying that I feel really confident that he's going to be a good NFL player, that he's so dynamic and he's so good, and what he's been able to do in college, that this guy's going to be able to play, and he's not going to be a massive bust in some regard. And maybe there's more bust risk with some of the other picks.
But isn't part of the reason you make this move as the Jaguars is that you actually have 2 sides and you kind of win if he doesn't bust on both of them? Now, to really make the trade worth it, you need him to be good at both. But you actually have a path for him to be good either way.
What, Sean? We just got Luther Burden to the Bears. The Bears are so funny, man. So they took a Dunze last year when they already had a bunch of weapons. They took Loveland on day 1 when they already had Cole Kmet. They took him at 10 to keep adding receiving weapons. I think you're going to tell me that this is disastrous for Rome Odunze. You've been saying pretty much as nicely as you could to me pretty much since the draft last year that Odunze was probably not going to be the type of pro that as a UW alum I was hoping that he would be. He had a pretty disappointing rookie season. If you look at how many routes he actually did wind up running, I think that a lot of people feel like, okay, well, he was blocked and this and that. He wasn't that blocked. He played a lot, and he wasn't particularly effective. Now they go
wide
out.
Receivers coach for the Bears feel comfortable enough with with being wrong that he was willing to say, I had him above Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison, which, I mean, you don't want to admit that you had anybody above Malik Neighbors.
Yeah. And then when they took Loveland yesterday, because we both think Cole Kmet's at least an NFL starter. I mean, he's a player who doesn't seem to get that respect.
Then I did a draft like right before the NFL draft where it was a super flex draft where I took Brock Bowers like ahead of Jalen Hurts, but then the second tight end at a huge value to his actual value was Cole Kmet. It turned out that wasn't the case. Cole Kmet is like a backup or a trade piece. And they cleared these guys out in Detroit, right? You cleared out DeAndre Swift, cleared out TJ Hawkinson. That looked weird. And then the timing is different for the two positions, but they replaced those guys with Gibbs and Laporta, who do end up looking better, even though obviously Hawkinson has been good elsewhere. I mean, they're clearing it for their guys, but also Ben Johnson understands that the best way to score every drive is to have the most weapons in the NFL.
That's true. But when they took Loveland, my thought was, okay, we're going to get more 2 tight end sets. We're going to get more power, some power running than throwing off that. They do that with the Lions a decent amount. And then you play a Dunze and DJ Moore. Keenan Allen's not there anymore. That all fits. Now that you take Burden, you have essentially one too many wide receivers and tight ends for the standard packages that you may want to run. So now you start talking about some real routes issues for fantasy, whether that's Burden not getting enough routes. I mean, it'd be fascinating to see how he's used. Obviously really great with the ball in his hands, and Ben Johnson seeing something in him, I think is bullish. It's got to be exciting. The new regime came in and took him 39th overall right now. I think you got to be more excited about how he fits into Ben Johnson's plans than Rome Odunze, who was a top 10 pick just a year ago. But Ben Johnson wants Luther Burden. And if he uses him a little bit like Gibbs, for example, a lot of passing around the line of scrimmage, a lot of ball in hand, that's the stuff that Burden was getting knocked for, was that he did too much of that in college. But maybe that's an exciting element here. Maybe he does some backfield stuff. I don't know. It's just fascinating to me to think about Burden and now. Yeah, I mean, I see this as a pretty big negative for Odunze. How does it fit for Odunze? They just re-signed DJ Moore in season last year as well to a multi-year deal. And DJ Moore is the established number one. This is a guy who's been a Pro Bowl wide receiver. Kmet's probably the one that is I'm probably overstating his playing time. Maybe he's just kind of going to be on the outskirts, and maybe it will be 11 personnel. Yeah, maybe it's 11 personnel. Loveland's out there. Burden's your slot guy, and Odunze's out there as well. And there's your weapons: DJ Moore, Odunze, Burden, and Loveland. I don't know.
You don't want Burden going to a wide receiver depth chart that is this loaded. At the same time, this is basically the best case scenario because Luther Burden is so good with the ball in his hand. I mean, he's clearly the best player in this draft for that at receiver. The question is, can he really do anything else? Can he run real routes? Can he get open? If there's any coordinator in the entire NFL where you worry about that a little bit less and you simply say, okay, manufacturer touches are going to happen. You're going to be able to get the guy the ball in space. Because so many times when these players are drafted, the team then comes out and says, well, we'll just get this guy the ball in space. You're like, space doesn't just exist, right? It doesn't just come in. The other team also knows what you want to do. You think about all of those garbage routes for someone like Jackson Smith and Jigba when he was a rookie. Ben Johnson is going to be able to design an offense where teams have to account for so many pieces. They'll be able to get the ball to Luther Burden. And once he has the ball, good luck. I mean, he's that good in that situation. I think it's pretty damaging to those other two guys. We talk a lot about how Stephon Diggs blew up with the Bills in part because they no longer treated him as either a vertical guy or an underneath guy, but just everything. The underneath stuff for DJ Moore, which is something that he's done pretty well at times. Yeah. And when he's really flourished, you have to have that. I mean, some of that has to go away because that's no longer what you're looking for from him. This will be very interesting. Certainly if you have Caleb Williams, I think these things are all pretty exciting.
We got to go back to the Bears because, Sean, we are coming out in round 2. This is what I love about the day 2 stream, man. You get some fun stuff right when you get outside of round 1. We are coming out like a fire hose of fascinating situations. We had Higgins right away at 34. We had Judkins at 36. We've only had 8 picks, and we've had 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and we just here at pick 40 got our quarterback, and it's not Shadur Sanders. It's that Louisville geriatric Tyler Shaw or whatever. Shaw. I don't know how to say his name. They were calling him Shuck last night, I think, on Ship Chasing. This guy's like 29. I don't think he's actually that old. What is he, 25 or something? He was in college football for 7 years, played for 3 years at Oregon, and then 3 years at Texas Tech, and then was at Louisville last year. It was the first time he threw 200 passes in a season. His first 6 years, he had never thrown 200 passes in a season at any point. He had to transfer away from 2 programs, and then he finally gets the opportunity to kind of be the starter at a very advanced age, puts up some decent efficiency in the ACC. He's got the prototypical size. He's 6'5", etc. There's some scouts that like the way that he plays. What can you tell us about the Derek Carr's grandfather?
So the Saints are hilarious. I do feel like if you let Sean Payton rack up debts of, well, a big first world country and then leave, you might as well just do whatever you want after that, which includes things like this. I've read that, people like the fact that he was on a bunch of different teams and has been exposed to a bunch of different systems. I'm not sure how that's actually a positive. One of the things that I've written a decent amount about Jalen Milroe is that he's not Anthony Richardson. He's not Will Levis. One of the things that doesn't necessarily, it's not going to necessarily be predictive of all of these things. Quarterback is a very difficult position to project, right? But Travis May's done some great work with how you would look at and evaluate quarterbacks. It was a big part of the stuff with Bo Nix last year, that you remove play action, you remove jet motion. What I'm doing, I like to look at passes of at least 6 air yards. One of the things with that is it helps me keep honest about guys like Nix, where there's a lot of underneath stuff that is really inflating the completion percentage, all those types of things. Milroe's IQR, so basically his QB rating with charting-based adjustments that SIS does, is far, far better than guys like Richardson and Levis when they came in, which is one of the reasons why I think a team should take a risk on him, given his athleticism. He's a much more interesting prospect from the perspective of actually having that shot to make it, as opposed to just saying, well, maybe there's a chance type of thing. The numbers for him, not necessarily that different than Dart and Sanders. And for Milroe back in 2023, they were actually quite good. Now, the Louisville QB is much more of that Will Levis type of prospect where the numbers are bad, right? His adjusted net yards per attempt in that category, the one I just talked about, sort of the scheme adjusted, is more than 2 yards below Milroe, for example. His IQR is down at 83. You have a 25-ish point gap. The on-target percentage, the catchable percentage, again, there is similar to Milroe. It's obviously way below the other 3 guys from this group. The touchdown percentage, extremely low. One of the reasons that some of those other numbers are lower than what the accuracy numbers indicate. I'm not saying it won't work, but these numbers are bad enough that I have basically refused to write about him, even as the buzz started to build that he would go early. Obviously, I'm going to have to do more writing about him when you go. It's not just in the second round, but to where he could be the starter, right? We don't really know how the Derek Carr soap opera is going to play out, but it seems like he's insisting he's not going to play for them. This guy's going to be out there right away. At quarterback, you never know. There are guys with terrible numbers who do come in and succeed, but the Saints have certainly not given themselves the best chance by opting for an old player who is also an unsuccessful player to this point, right? There are problems with Sanders. There are problems with Milroe, but they give you 2 different styles of QB. either one you might like for your organization, and they do give you production. This to me is a weird pick, even though it was telegraphed, right? And people were reporting this is going to happen.
Yeah. I just scrolled on your tiered rankings to see, if I didn't remember him in there, see where he landed. He did not land, and you went through 5 rounds. He went all the way to 512, and he did not in Superflex, and he did not make it. You were throwing in those latter rounds and like tier 10, you were throwing a lot of that's the fun Shawn range where you get to throw a lot of the prospects that probably will never amount to anything, but you like the profiles and pretty fun to think about.
I mentioned there were 2 day 3 QBs that would be next if we went into round 6. Basically intentionally like saying, I don't think this player who's been mocked into round 2 deserves to be even in that group. But again, I mean, he's going to be a starter, right? He's going to be a starter.
I mean, at this point, if he goes 40th overall, so he turns, to put a real number on this, he turns 26 in September. He will play his age 26 season this year. He was born in 1999. I mean, for those of us who feel old every time we see a date or something like that, every player in this draft other than him is going to be born in the 2000s. But we got a guy who just got drafted in round 2, still born in the 1990s, Shawn. So we don't have to feel that old. He will be 26 in September. Now,
and that's important for a variety of reasons, one of which is that athletic trajectories still matter. And if one of your ideas here is that you have a very wide range of outcomes player, you would really want that player to be young because you need to have that time for them to grow, and you just need time for them to succeed, right? If you are saying this is an athletic pick, don't take someone who is already starting to move down the back slope of what we think of for athleticism. I mean, it's very, very problematic.
It's not great. The other part of it that obviously we've talked about and theorized about as it relates to age is just the development path, right? That when a guy is 21 years old, he's got stuff to learn still. Tyler shows, I mean, this guy's a grandfather at this point. I mean, he's a wise old man. So what more can he learn? And then why wasn't he doing more at the collegiate level at those previous stops? He had some injuries and things, but which is obviously why he got to play 7 college seasons. But to not even have great numbers in 2024 at Louisville after kicking around college football for that long and being that much older than all the other players on the field, right? And having been around, like you were saying, some people are making it into a positive that he's played in a lot of different schemes and learned how to had exposure to a lot of different offenses and different football knowledge that could potentially be very helpful for him. How come he wasn't able to put that to good use? I mean, this goes back to why athleticism at wide receiver, when we start talking about Matthew Golden, I'm going to make this point. Why wasn't he able to produce? Why is it not in the numbers? If this was something that was so helpful for him to be at Oregon for 3 years and at Texas Tech for 3 years, why was he not better at Louisville last year? You talked about his profile not even necessarily being that great. Now, if I want to make some type of devil's advocate case, I'll say that at quarterback, you can, and if you're a pocket passer, if you're a 6'5" guy with an arm, I mean, you can be, your peak can last well into your 30s, right? So at age 26, if he's able to come in and actually be a good NFL quarterback, the Saints may be able to get something out of him for 10 years, right? Which is more than some other positions, even when they're 21. I mean, that's just the reality, unfortunately, for some of the other more heavy contact positions and the quarterback position and how it's protected, obviously. And if he is actually a hit, the age thing, he's going to be 30 quick, but you can be 30 at quarterback, obviously. We know that. And you can be 35 and you can be 38 someday. Not ideal at that point. Obviously, you're getting older. But he had one of the most fascinating plays as well in this whole offseason, this whole whatever cycle. You may know what play I'm talking about, but there's a play where he's like running toward the sideline, rolling out of the pocket, and he's about to get like caught from behind, and he just flips the ball underhand to no one. Just like, and it gets picked off, I'm pretty sure, like to the defenders. There's no offense. He's just throws, like, it's the most nonchalant, like hot potato, I just don't want to hold this ball anymore, throws it across the line of scrimmage. It's, I mean, the only way you could probably describe it is as a brain fart or something, but I mean, an absolutely.
But he's a 26-year-old player with no experience, so you're going to get some of those mistakes.
Right. Like, if you're 26, how did that happen?
I thought you were going to tell me he had made a Will Levis play, but instead of it being returned for a touchdown, it had gone, for a touchdown, and that wasn't the punchline.
No, it is a Will Levis play. I'm just gonna present this. It'll probably, I don't know, get my my YouTube channel like thrown out or something. I don't know, but I have to put this play on the screen. Shawn, watch this play. Okay, way to complete. He just, what was he doing?
I mean, come on. This is the play that we all see ourselves in, right? Where this guy's coming, and you're like, no.
No, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to be a part of this. Oh, my gosh. Well, I mean, an all-time fantastic. Someone in the chat says the combine throw is gold. I must have missed the combine throw, but apparently has another funny throw. Mason Taylor to the Jets, Stephanie says. So we get another tight end here at pick 42, the 10th pick of the day. And we've had like 6 really meaningful ones for fantasy. It's been quite fun so far. Mason Taylor, a little bit more of a blocking tight end, correct?
Well, I think he's going to be able to do a lot. And one of the things here, probably the most frustrating thing is just the position of some of these guys relative to Fannin. I think he's still kind of the trickiest guy to know how to value. Hopefully we find that out today and not on day 3. But Taylor, somebody who obviously has those amazing bloodlines. You've got a very young tight end here, and we don't have a lot of young prospects in this draft. That's one of the sort of weird elements of it. Now we know kind of what the reasons for all of those elements are, but you've got 1,300 collegiate receiving yards as a 21-year-old. I mentioned that he had poor tracking numbers at the Senior Bowl, which fit with a yards per route run and after catch results that were, just solid. But then he has the good 40 time at the pro day. I guess I would have, questions of why we're not seeing that elsewhere. But I mean, Taylor is a guy here who, the fit with the Jets for the same reason that the fit for Loveland is problematic. You don't necessarily love that aspect of it, but it does seem like Taylor could be a guy who down the line ends up being maybe like a Pat Freiermuth type of player, where if you ever actually got a viable offense, that he'd be kind of this, mid-career breakout type of guy.
I got the combine throw. Watch this. Again, this is what a 21-year-old Jameis Winston would do at the combine, not a 26-year-old. He does some weird pump fake. He gets his feet completely not at the target, and he tries to do like an Aaron Rodgers flip, and he completely misses the wide receiver. He's nowhere near the wide receiver. It's like some and one mixtape combine thing. Like he just wanted to show off. I don't know what this pump fake is. It's not a real thing. I guess he's stepping up from a, but then why are his feet over there? And then why does he do the jump through? And then.
And this reminds me nothing so much of last night's Diamondbacks game where the Rays try and steal second. You're looking for that bad throw and you steal home at the same time. Catcher throws it back to the pitcher who gets startled and dives out of the way.
Dude, that was funny. I'm at a loss with the Tyler show stuff, but anyway, you were talking about Mason Taylor and they're saying the audio is even better. Someone's like, whoa, in the background. The Saints took him 40th overall.
Well, and we have to look at this from 2 different directions. One is that it's still a big difference from having picked somebody in the top 5 and maybe traded a ton of capital to get them. But these early second-round picks, Ben, are some of the most valuable picks in terms of like what you get for the price in all of football. I mean, again, if you hit on a QB, none of that's going to matter. It's a little bit like we criticized the Penix selection last year. I still think if you're going to make that pick, you should have obviously not signed Kirk Cousins. You can't do both things. But once it sort of looks like it's going to work out, you're like, no problem. But the whole point of building a roster and giving yourself multiple passes, the things don't often work out, or they don't always work out. And the more that you work against the probabilities, the less often they work out, and the less that you have to work with.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we got to think probabilistically with all this stuff. NFL teams don't always like to think probabilistically with their draft selections, which is why this is so fun. It's a fun exercise. I mean, Tyler's show could be great. He could be a Hall of Famer, and people can play back later when I'm sitting here laughing, going, "This."
When he completes that pass in a game to get the Saints into the playoffs next year, he's going to be like, "See, I was practicing."
Right, and people are going to think I was an idiot, but it's going to be, I don't know. It's just funny. Bears traded out of pick 41. That second pick I was referencing, it makes me think that they really wanted Travion Henderson. That's what I decided in my head, and the Patriots ruined all my hopes and dreams. They took Bird and they traded out of that second pick they had in the first 10 picks of the second round. Bills came up to take a D tackle. The Niners also took a D tackle here at 43. The Cowboys are on the clock. Probably have already made this pick. Shadur Sanders still out there. Obviously, a big talking point for a lot of people. Apparently, on the ESPN show last night, Mel Kiper was having a tough go of it because he had Shadur ranked like top 5, and so the whole time it was just he's sliding, and anyway, he's still sliding if that's how you had him graded. We are at pick 44. You talked a little bit about some of the concerns with his profile when we first covered the quarterbacks a few weeks back, even before the running back show. Steph says we're getting Alec Ayomanor. I don't actually know how to say that. I mean, maybe the Cowboys just took the Stanford.
Ayomanor to the Cowboys?
Ayomanor. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's. I mean, there's a lot of available opportunity for a second wide receiver there. I didn't like his profile as much, but like Michael Gallup is probably a reasonable expectation for. Or is that just underselling him?
I think when you, again, come out in your redshirt freshman season and go for 1,000 yards on a team where that's tough enough that it counts as a 45% dominator, that you got to be, fairly enthusiastic. I mean, you're not talking about size like McMillan, but this is a 6'2", 206-pound receiver with a 4.44 40, 38.5-inch vertical. I mean, you're going to have, I think, a great compliment to.
Didn't happen. The chat's disagreeing with Steph. This is what I said happens sometimes. The chat gets excited about something, and then it turns out that it wasn't actually the thing. There's not going to be a compliment to CeeDee Lamb because they went with an edge from BC.
Well, that's disappointing because unlike you, I had moved Ayomanor up in my rankings slightly, and so I was.
You were excited.
I was. I thought that was going to be the perfect sort of spot.
There it is. Our first fake leak, the first inaccurate report from me. The audio listeners that know the picks that are listening back to this tomorrow are like, what the hell are you talking about? These guys
can slide that in anywhere in the draft that we want, Ben. But we've got these tight ends right now who have gone early. You have, Warren's slide, not great, but still you're like a mid-first round pick, and you've got this great background. Loveland obviously goes early. Mason Taylor now goes early. We love the tight ends, really like to load up on them in many formats being almost any format that has a tight end premium. And yet all three of these landing spots seem bad to me. Am I missing how these teams are going to be able to use their guys?
No, I don't think you are. I think Loveland going 10 overall to the Bears is obviously really exciting from the perspective that he was the first tight end taken, and a lot of people were really stoked about that. But I do see that as a pretty problematic situation. I mean, we know that the real tight end ceilings often come in situations where there's not a lot of depth at receiver. and they can be like one of the top target earners in an offense, it's going to be difficult with DJ Moore, with Roma Dunze. Potentially, if Cole Kmet's still on the roster with a little bit of a rotation early in his career, possibly. I mean, I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with Kmet. And then now with Luther Burden there as well. And we know that they're going to use the running back position in the pass game and effectively, because that's something that the Lions have done a lot under Ben Johnson. They like to spread it around, the Lions, other than sort of their key guys that they want to get the ball to. They like to have a lot of weapons that they can go to, be difficult to defend, right? From a real football perspective, but not be exciting beyond like their core answers. And I guess I just think Loveland's not going to be the core answer like Amon-Ra St. Brown was for the Lions or Jahmyr Gibbs was for the Lions. He's going to be a part of that group. Like we saw even Laporta last year, after a great rookie year, become one of those non-core answers. And it's like, well, he gets his when the defense forgets about him because they have a lot of things they can get to. It will be very interesting to see how they utilize all the different players, but I do think a tight end in this situation is not great, and that's the best landing spot. I don't like Tyler Warren to the Colts one bit. You have Anthony Richardson, you have Daniel Jones, you have a real pass volume issue, you have a real pass quality issue, and you have six tight ends already on the roster. These Chris Ballard
got good receivers
loves tight ends
as well.
Yeah, they got Josh Downs. They have good receivers.
I mean, to add some more numbers for the Loveland thing.
Oh,
in premium, right? Laporta, tight end 9 last year in a season where Goff threw for over 4,600 yards, right? And so then you mentioned the problems there in Indianapolis, right? But I don't know that we're going to have it to the same extent. But you have a difference in QB mobility between Goff and Williams. Obviously, you have a big difference in home game environment in Chicago versus Detroit, thinking about the dome versus the weather. You have basically the best versus arguably the worst, or one of the 3 or 4 worst. And then, kind of as you were mentioning with the Colts, this is the team with the 4th fewest dropbacks and the 2nd fewest catchable targets last year. And so you can get better from that and have it still be bad.
Sorry, say that stat again. I was reading a different stat.
So the Colts had the 4th fewest dropbacks and the 2nd fewest catchable targets.
Yeah, and they're going to get worse. I mean, that was with Flacco playing some, and he actually, like when he was in there, he would actually drop back a bunch. But just Richardson and Daniel Jones, I mean, they're going to be bottom 5 in that stat again. The idea that they're going to definitely get worse is a little bit bold. Obviously, things tend to regress, but if Daniel Jones plays most of the season, which I think is very plausible, you're potentially looking at not so extreme of a big part of those numbers right there that you just said is the fact that Anthony Richardson threw so few catchable passes, right? He had a completion percentage of 47%, I think it was, of all qualified passers. The only other guy under 60% was Spencer Rattler at 57%, a full 10 percentage points higher. The rest of the league was 13 percentage points higher at 60% or higher, because that's the way the NFL's played now. And then there's Anthony Richardson down here, 47%. I mean, that's the way that we pick on him, but like the numbers also very much support it. I just want to be clear. Warren is going to a team that's going to still be.
The catchable target element is that he throws vertically, but the vertical passes seemingly would be less valuable to Warren than just the other guys who are already there, who are already pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. He's like a chuck it deep, and maybe you get an explosive play for Alec Pierce, but that's about it, right? And then, I mean, again, Chris Ballard is in love with the tight end position. They still rotated the tight ends a decent amount last year. I brought this up last time in Ship Chasing, and Pat said some of that was under a different coach. It was, but it continued. They had a lot of tight ends. They continued to use multiple tight ends last year. You don't take a tight end 14 overall and not use him. But I do think the teams, one of the issues with the tight end rotational stuff is how teams will do the different packages. Like they'll use Warren as their 11 personnel tight end, but then when they go to 2 tight end sets, they might take Warren out and have 2 other tight ends be those 2, like Mallory and Mo Alley Cox or something, or like in a 3 tight end set. They don't, like, teams don't always use the same number 1 tight end in their then 2 tight end specific 2 tight end packages. They might go to 2 different ones, or when they go to 3 tight ends in a goal line package because they really want to. Now Warren, it may be because they really want to isolate blocking. Warren, can do everything and would be expected to probably stay on the field. I'm just saying there's these weird scenarios that can occur in a situation that's already bad for pass volume and catchable targets and everything that you're saying, I would want his routes to be 95%, and they're probably not going to be in for the Colts.
It's tricky for a tight end in this situation that like one of your main paths to success would be actually scoring a bunch of red zone touchdowns in a situation where the team is not likely to have that many red zone passing touchdowns.
My mom is calling me right now. I would bet you she's calling me to ask me about the Seahawks pick. And I just had a moment that I thought it'd be funny to answer it on air, but I'm gonna let it go. She'll just be like, "Wait, can you explain to me, something random about the Seahawks pick?" Or something about the draft. They're watching the draft and something happened and she doesn't understand what happened and she's just curious. I should invite my mom on stream. Rupesh said it would be fun. It would kill a little time. So those two tight ends, we don't love the landing spots, love the draft capital, certainly. They have interesting profiles. And then Mason Taylor goes to the Jets. You got Justin Fields starting and presumably like the clear starter. They're not going to really have a lot of competition. Again, pass volume. We've talked about this a lot over the last few years, Sean. The way that the NFL is moving, the way that defenses are playing, the way that mobile quarterbacks have been an answer to some of the things that defenses are doing. The gaps between the fun offenses for fantasy and the not fun offenses for fantasy, we've called them the haves and have-nots and those things, they've gotten really wide in some cases. And, that was a thing that I remember kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't say laughing at, but thinking was too simplistic in early fantasy analysis 20 years ago. Draft the players on the good teams or what have you, right? I do think there's a big element of modern NFL football that doesn't happen enough in a really like niche landscape for all the people that are really deep into like underdog and then they get really deep into all the different player profiles that they don't give enough consideration to essentially the probabilistic range for just team fantasy goodness, for how much volume is going to be there. You just said the catchable targets, right? And the Colts offense are so problematic. It's a really tricky situation when you get a team like the Jets, for example. You get Justin Fields in there. They're going to run a little bit more. He's going to scramble more. He's going to take sacks at a decently high rate. When he does throw, we like him as a passer, but probably a little bit of a higher ADOT when he does get rid of it because he's going to have a tendency to extend plays. He's going to have a little bit of a higher time to throw. I wouldn't expect a Justin Fields tight end to put up a monster season. Now, he may not be the QB for multiple years. Mason Taylor may have a different QB over, a couple of years from now. Who knows how his career progresses? But for me, situationally, I don't want to go into a rookie bet second round pick where I may have some concerns over how productive this guy could even be. Over 3 years at LSU, he had 6 touchdowns. He never had any monster, receiving seasons. That's why I was asking you if he was just more of a blocking tight end. Maybe he's got more at the NFL level, but probably not in this setup, right? I mean, you don't even know if he's good. So do you want to make that bet in a situation where the ceiling's not even that high?
Well, just to take the other side of it, to give these guys a little bit of credit or to think about what the path might be. One of the reasons I keep mentioning Cole Kmet, and one of the reasons I really thought that Justin Fields should have been starting last season, and I think it's great that he's got an opportunity this year, is that we had the breakout for DJ Moore with him, but we also had Cole Kmet finish as tight end 8 in premium scoring, right? So not just based on touchdown or something like that. Scored ahead of Jake Ferguson in 2023 with Fields as the QB there. It's possible if he's good enough. It's possible if the offense is just, say, Garrett Wilson and Cole Kmet, somewhat similar to it was in 2023 with Moore and Kmet, or obviously Garrett Wilson and Mason Taylor. The tricky part is, as you mentioned it, kind of threading that needle and having everybody play well in such a way that it makes that narrow path work. And especially for a rookie. One of the issues I think for all of these guys is you can look at 2026 and say this actually sets up very nicely for all of them. maybe at tight end, it's even easier to do that than their positions. But the rookie production is really going to kind of set the stage for the trade value that these guys have throughout their entire dynasty sort of lives.
Terrence Ferguson to the Rams from Oregon. I was almost going to say to Oregon.
Ben, this guy, I like.
Another tight end. Yeah, you've been intrigued by him. He's a big athletic dude, right?
He is, and you got more production here. I thought he was going to go later, so I did move him down in the last mock. But I mean, you got a 6'5" tight end with a 4.63 40, 39-inch vertical. I mean, this is an athletic profile that's a big deal. And last year, you got 2.5 yards per route. Again, in the way SIS does it, have a little bit higher per route numbers than the PFF, but also big per route numbers in 2022. He had his biggest touchdown season in 2023. So impressive numbers in all three of the last seasons in one area or another. He can do more damage with the ball in his hands than some of these other guys who I think have been pushed up. And that's what we really want to see from the tight end position. His drop rate was poor last year, but that was a little bit of an aberration. 2022, 2023, not nearly as big a deal. Dropped only 3 passes, I think, across those 2 years. Evaded 19 tackles on 99 targets in 2022, 2023. This is a situation where I'm surprised he went this early based on kind of how people were looking at it. I'm not surprised he went this early based on his profile, which I really like.
And the Rams are that team, right? They don't even go to the combine famously. They are kind of doing things a little bit different, and they've been hitting pretty well, though. And you're saying this is a guy who has some intriguing elements that maybe the NFL was missing based on some of the reports. Some of the traditional scouting was missing, but the Rams are doing non-traditional scouting. That's kind of been the discussion with them over the last several years. They've been in the market for a tight end. There's been talk about that, and they go ahead and land a guy that you really like. And when they go after a guy, they seem to really like him in a way that I put a little more weight on than some other teams, I guess. I mean, obviously every team drafting a guy likes that guy, but I mean, Kyle Shanahan, for example, will draft a guy, then get him into practice and be like, this is not, did I just pick a name out of a hat? This is not what I thought I was drafting. And then we never hear from him again. Like, it's weird. It's like he's not even familiar with the guy that just got drafted onto his team. A lot different, I think, with the Rams and their process. They seem a lot more deliberate. When they select a guy, they tend to have plans for that guy. They like to trade back. This is, I think, their first selection in this draft as well, right? Because they traded out of the first round yesterday and picked up a future first. Yeah, they have not made any other picks. So this was the Rams' first pick, was to go get Terrence Ferguson, who, as you mentioned, was somebody that potentially could have gone later. This is the pick that they got as part of that trade back. So they traded back 20 selections. They were at 26. The Giants went up 20 picks to 26. Is that right? Or was it the Falcons? I don't know. Anyway, I can't remember the exact trades. One of them went back 20 picks, but now I feel like I'm conflating the two trades up to 25 and 26. Anyway, this is their first pick, and they went ahead and took Terrence Ferguson. I feel like they probably really like this guy. That's a tight end that you start talking about really liking him as well. I really like the landing spot. I'm pretty excited about that. They were reported, I guess the fascinating thing is they were reportedly in the market for a wide receiver if they didn't trade out of the first round, or there was some talk about that. They're kind of doing the same thing the Bears are doing, where it's like we can't have too many weapons. And I think from a team building perspective, that's fine, but they paid Devonta Adams a lot of money. They still have Puka Nacua. They paid Tutu Atwell $10 million to come back. They got a lot of players. They still have Tyler Higbee on this roster.
Well, it's interesting in terms of thinking about them trying to hit on their version of George Kittle. I love how they're putting the roster together. Again, you want that offensive juggernaut. It is interesting in that so much of what seemed to happen to Cooper Kupp at the end of last year was simply that Puka was so dominant from a target generating perspective that there was nothing left for him. The Rams have really gone out of their way to kind of send the message that they don't think that was the case. He was just completely washed. That's why he wasn't involved. That they do want the offense to be very multifaceted and not just Puka every play. Puka should obviously go super early in all drafts and all formats, but we are getting a little bit of eyebrow raising now in terms of how they're going to try and run their offense as well. I don't think that this hurts in the same way that Luther Burden hurts the Bears receivers, but certainly we're, I think, getting some insight into how the Rams want to run their offense.
They went out and brought in Colby Parkinson last offseason. Higbee was coming off an injury, played late in the year, presumably will be healthier in 2025, although, I mean, he's Tyler Higbee. He's another year older, coming back from a major injury. But they've got a few different tight ends now. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. But I'm definitely very optimistic about that. I'm kind of all caught up now, Sean, on what's been happening in round 2. I was talking about how we came out of the gates explosively with those first 8 picks. In the last 7 picks, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 defensive linemen. We've had the 2 tight ends, which has been fun. We've talked a lot about them. We just got a cornerback here as well. The Texans are back up. They took Jaden Higgins at 34. Curious to see where they go here. I do want to go back to some more round 1 discussions because we have talked about some of it, but we haven't talked about all of it. We talked about Hunter, and you acknowledged that he maybe doesn't have to be the 102 as I was talking about the other guys that are kind of in his tier. I want to know a little bit about what you think about the McMillan fit. I'm really excited about that. I was really excited about Deontay Johnson into this type of a potentially high target per route run role as the number 1 in a Dave Canales offense last year. Didn't really pan out. I think it could be really huge for McMillan and his skill set. 3-year early declare, a lot of yards in college. I'm wondering if you're that hyped about the fit and the landing spot there. And then I also want to hear your thoughts on Hampton to the Chargers and how he fits in. Because I don't think you had an opportunity to really dig into those 2 earlier when we talked about Hunter a little bit.
Yeah, so we talked about a little bit as I was really talking about Jaden Higgins, but how McMillan should be an absolute star. And that's one of the reasons I actually moved him. I had GT in an entirely separate tier as the 101. I did not have McMillan jump him, but I did move McMillan into the same tier with him, which is something that in, I think, the first volume of the rookie guide, we also had those guys together. You know, famous.
That's what I was thinking. When I was asking you about Hunter as being the clear 102 last night, I don't know about the same tier, but I was thinking I would probably have McMillan as the 102. So I think you have them all the way up in the same tier. I think that's very interesting.
And there are a variety of, other things we can throw out. Blair was doing a really cool live wide receiver prospect score article last night where obviously you throw in draft slot and you remove a bunch of the stats that are kind of covered by draft slot and you have the new formula. His note there was that McMillan's post-draft score puts him on par with some of the best receivers of the last decade, but maybe still just barely short of the absolute superstars. One of the things that I thought was interesting when you look at how this offense will work is that the Panthers, once Young returned to the lineup in week 8 last year, the Panthers were number 10 in points above average per attempt and number 8 in WAR at the QB position. Right. So, I mean, Young obviously played fairly well. I think that fits with just kind of how that's perceived. He did that despite the fact that Xavier Legette posted a 0.43 racer in that same stretch. Now, adjusted for being a little bit more the vertical guy, you could.
You said racer. Did you mean Whopper?
No, he's got a low racer.
Low racer, very low racer. Okay.
So you could look at this and say that if McMillan fits in as the main guy, and then you have obviously Thielen potentially underneath, you have Coker, whom we really like, rounding things out, that suddenly this now becomes and the Panthers, I don't think, have given up on Legette either. They've said some positive things about him. You want to keep saying those things until you actually do have the new receiver in tow, but then you're going to want to develop him as well. I think this is really positive for Young, and this is kind of that situation, maybe unlike the Hunter situation, where you have Ben, is it wrong to be thinking about this in a way where at midseason this year, it's actually more than likely that we'll be looking at Bryce Young as being substantially better than Trevor Lawrence? Because if that's the case, then certainly having McMillan with other guys to support him, but not really steal volume is probably better. Now, one of the things I wrote in my write-up at Hunters, I'm not really worried about Brian Thomas being there. I think the offense will support both. But when we're thinking about ceiling outcomes and how that would work over multiple years and how McMillan's career would develop, if he doesn't really have a guy that he's the number 2 behind, you just have more ceiling there.
Yeah, I love the comparison, because I think it's really easy to look at Hunter and say it's a really great fit, a great landing spot, a great situation. The Brian Thomas thing, like, maybe is mildly problematic from the perspective that, like, Brian Thomas looks like he could be just such a star that he's going to have games that make it very difficult for the second guy to be a big producer. I compared it last night to maybe not that specific situation last night, but Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. How T. Higgins' production is very clearly, I think, capped at times when Jamar Chase just does what Jamar Chase does sometimes. He gets like 20 targets in a game, and it's hard for you as a second receiver to do much. You can be efficient, but you're gonna get like 6-7 targets, even when there's not even a lot of other stuff going on in the passing game in Cincinnati. Anyway, I don't think that's a massive concern for Hunter either. In regards to what you said, Liam Cohen looks like a very good offensive mind. Trevor Lawrence looks like an above average quarterback for receiver production. Whether he's, a star himself. You just asked that question about whether Young could maybe be viewed more favorably than Lawrence by midseason this year. And I think that's a fascinating one as well. My point where I'm going here is the Jags are viewed, I think, very favorably, and I think rightfully so. But I think the case here is that Carolina is a sneaky, very good situation for a wide receiver to land into. Very good from the fact that Dave Canales is probably just as good of a coordinator as Liam Cohen. And what he was able to do with Bryce Young last year is that evidence. It's not that Bryce Young was perfect. It's that look at how bad Bryce Young was the year prior and where he got him to. And he was bad at the start of the season. So then he benched him for a while and was having success with Andy Dalton. And then whatever they were doing in practice and throughout the season started to make strides. Their film work, you're doing what you can behind closed doors. Dave Canales looks like a good young coach, period. A good hire by the Panthers, a good offensive scheme designer, a good personnel utilizer. Obviously, they were comfortable moving on from Jonathan Mingo, which I thought was probably a little bit of a favorable point. They tried to do what they could with Liggett. You're pointing out that Liggett struggled down the stretch. But then Coker was, you get a lot out of Coker, which is nice. But to your point, McMillan's going to have support, but not any kind of target competition in a meaningful way. It's a low-key, really exciting spot. And I think what you're saying about why Bryce Young may be viewed that way is not necessarily that it's going to be clear that Bryce Young's better, but that's going to be a successful situation in Carolina, that they're going to be able to take another step forward, because Canales showed what he was able to do with Bryce Young, moving him forward from 2023 to 2024. It doesn't mean he's going to have the same amount of growth into 2025, but if you do see that as a favorable thing, that you're talking about Bryce Young potentially even looking better than he should maybe in the middle of next year. And then we are collectively saying, yeah, he looks better than Trevor Lawrence. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has been playing for multiple more years. He's never had a season like this. If Young gets off to a nice hot start with this top 10 overall wide receiver there, it'll be very interesting to see. But I think the case, whether Young will look better than Lawrence or what have you, I think the case that you made really compellingly there, and I think is true, is that the Panthers are a sneaky, very favorable situation. And that it's not like Hunter got a way better landing spot in Jacksonville. And then when you also throw in the minor note about, hey, Hunter, it's good to have Brian Thomas in a lot of ways as well, but Hunter does have a true star wide receiver alongside him. A guy that was going 9th overall in pre-draft underdog. This is a guy that going into year 2 already looks like he's going to be a stud. Brian Thomas. McMillan doesn't have that concern. He's got, from a traditional fantasy football analysis lens, he's got the ability to be projected for a lot of targets right out of the gate. It looks good for him. So yeah, I see him as pretty I see his landing spot as pretty favorable, and I see his early career trajectory as pretty favorable even if he's not the player that, like, even if he does have the downfield limitations that everyone thinks, etc. But then it's like, what if he is more than people think he is? What if he was held back a little at the collegiate level by his quarterback, by his scheme, by his situation? A lot of people talk about a worse 2024 after they lost their coach. And then there's people that say that, like, I mean, that was more situation than McMillan. And McMillan still had 1,400 yards. He backed up another great season, 3-year early declare, a lot of production. Very, very exciting. I see in the chat, Rupesh says Chase Brown surviving so far. Bengals just went linebacker. You mentioned it when we talked about it, I think on one of the shows or else off the air, but the Bengals have a lot of needs. They went edge and linebacker with their first 2 picks. They went some other directions than running back. We both agree that was a smart decision. The Bengals have a few really great players and then not a very deep roster. What you can learn from the Chase Brown success from last year is that you got a day 3 back to be a pretty productive back. I understand wanting a second player there with him, but ideally, when you have this many needs, you're not needing to complement that already day 3 pick with a high draft capital pick to continue to build out running back. That would probably not be the direction for the Bengals. They didn't go that direction in these first 2 rounds, which makes a lot of sense.
Then I have the running backs ranked pretty aggressively. So you could argue that I have something staked on the idea that they're going to go here in day 2. But I mean, the class is so deep. I mean, somebody has to have a favorite, right? And somebody has to be that team that is going to make poor tactical decisions. But if all the teams acted appropriately, you could have all of the rest of the running backs falling out of day 2 now that Judkins and Henderson are gone.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a tear break here. Seahawks, Elijah Arroyo, he becomes the 5th tight end to go. Harold Fannin still on the board. That's kind of the little talking point now, I think, for me, that so many tight ends are going and Fannin is not. It may pull Fannin up. It would be nice if he still went here in the 2nd, but is it going to be a pretty meaningful impact to your view of Fannin that he's now the 6th guy to go? And then also tell us a little bit about Arroyo in Seattle.
So I don't think Fannin's going to be hurt if he goes on day 2 and into a good landing spot. I mean, he could still be the best guy if he goes into a team situation where he's going to be a receiving threat. Arroyo is interesting. He's one of these guys where, again, we talk about the on-field tracking and how to put up a really fast time. You essentially need a big play. And so in some ways, it's just saying the guy had a big play as opposed to is actually athletic. But he had a 21.8 mile per hour recorded play last year, which was one of the fastest on-field times for any player at any position. That, I think, you have to get pretty excited about. He is somebody who probably benefits from Ward. He's in this group of players at Miami who were pretty effective, but among the power conference tight ends with 40 or more targets, he had the best boom rate. He had the 2nd best receiver rating behind Gunnar Helm, who it'll be interesting to see where he goes because of the injury that he theoretically tested through at the combine. He had the 2nd best first down percentage behind Terrence Ferguson, who we already talked about. He had the 3rd deepest ADOT. He was one of only 2 tight ends with 0 drops. Despite all that target competition, he was at, again, in the SIS numbers, which are different, the 2.2 yards per route run. All 5 of these guys who have gone are definite fantasy relevant players.
Yeah, that's exciting. We've had a lot of good tight ends coming in over the last couple of years. Continue to build out that position. Always fun for fantasy. We get an edge to Carolina right after Arroyo goes off. Definitely becoming the tight end round with 3 tight ends. We've not had.
Then was there any chance that your mom was calling to spoil the Arroyo pick?
Is there any chance what?
Your mom was calling to spoil the Arroyo pick.
Oh,
do you like the situation here with Seattle?
She heard about Arroyo. I don't like anything that's going on with the Seahawks. I think, they went and got that guard yesterday, which was probably the most favorable thing that I could see from the different things they're doing, that they did try to address the line a little bit. Although by some of the big board stuff, he was considered somewhat of a reach here on ESPN. They have him as 33rd overall ranked player. They took him at 18. That's why so many people were mocking him there, was he was not expected to go earlier, and they did take him. It's like, well, yeah, Seattle has this big of a need. They'll take this guard 15 picks ahead of, where he's, supposed to be going essentially. They did address the thing that they have to address, which is line a little bit. And then they go get a tight end that maybe can help in that respect. But, Noah Fant, I don't think he's amazing or anything, but I still think somewhat favorably of, has not been successful in Seattle. I don't think that's, obviously the whole offense is going to change and everything, but you think about what Clint Kubiak's offense was with the Saints last year. Juwan Johnson was a guy that I was somewhat interested in as a late round tight end because they had so much available potential volume in the shorter to intermediate ranges of ADOTs with, Olave's profile and Shaheed's profile, and even some of the depth receivers profile. Was one of my big cases for Johnson was just they got to use a tight end in that space a little bit. Really felt like an offense that could be doing that, and they just didn't, because that's not the way that his offense works. They did a lot of running, a lot of throwing to Alvin Kamara, and then a lot of play action, and then like deep overs and crosses where they're hitting wide receivers into the deeper intermediate range. And I think they'll do that with JSN, and I think that's why they brought in Cooper Kupp, and I think that's why they brought in Marcus Valdes-Scantling, who had some success with the Saints last year. They're really trying to fit talent to scheme. I thought that was a silly thing to do. That's part of why they went to Darnold, but we know Darnold's a pressure-sensitive quarterback. I don't think this one guard pick is going to solve their offensive line issues. He's going to be under pressure. He's not going to be great. He's going to probably be better than pre-Vikings Darnold. I don't think everything last year was a total mirage. I think he probably learned quite a bit playing under Kevin O'Connell, who's another one of those young coaches that I think is just so strong right now at evaluation and at teaching and getting the most out of his players and those things. But evaluation in that he knew he wanted to get rid of Darnold. We've talked about this on the show, but the Seahawks are the kind of I know better team this offseason, where the Rams wanted nothing to do with the guy that they love, Cooper Kupp. Like that Sean McVay was very close with, that Matthew Stafford was very close with. They wanted nothing to do with him. They were ready to move on from him. The Vikings wanted nothing to do with Sam Darnold, with bringing him back. And the Seahawks are like, well, we know better about these two players that you guys have a lot more information on. Maybe they'll be correct in that assessment. I don't think they're going to be. I don't think it's going to be a very good situation for fantasy football. I don't think a rookie tight end going in there to kind of split routes with Fant in an offense that I think will be, again, when I bring up the Kubiak stuff, Juwan Johnson had a few tight ends, a few hits here and there, but they also had Foster Moreau doing some stuff. It'll be two tight ends, and then they'll use them both interchangeably. The route rates won't be good enough. It'll be JSN and Cooper Kupp that'll be the main receivers. It'll be a lot of two wide receiver, two tight end, run-based stuff. The offense might be okay for the run game, decent enough, especially when they can play from ahead. I think the offense is designed to work when they're playing from ahead. But no, I don't like the tight end fit to Seattle with the new offense and Sam Darnold and everything else they got going on there.
Well, that kind of leads me into a separate question that I had for you about some of these massive trade values that teams get from moving down. You talk about the reach here. The Chiefs got, if I'm thinking about this correctly, a 5th round pick to move down one spot and take the guy that almost certainly they were going to take anyway.
Right.
And that player could be, this is one of those things you say, and then we'll talk about all 3 of these guys later in the show because they'll all go in round 3. But that pick could end up being Tootin or Harvey or Giddens. It seemed like there was, you have to have a trade partner to move. And this isn't exactly the area that the Rams were supposedly trying to get into, but they talked about people wanting too much in order to move up. And so they ended up moving, down and out. It seems like probably there was the way to move. Do you like what the Chiefs did there? And, or, how are you seeing some of these trades that have happened?
The Chiefs, it was a 1-pick move. It was pretty minor. They picked up a 5th round pick. It could wind up being a star running back, but it's a 5th round pick. You just want praise for the Chiefs. And yes, it was undeniably a good trade. They moved back 1 pick and they got a free pick in the 5th round for it. They weren't going to take the pick at 31, Jihad Campbell. They were, I think, pretty clearly going to go with the tackle. And they knew, well, as soon as they moved back, I felt like that's why I felt like it might be Travion Henderson, because I felt like it was clear they were going to go for a position that they thought the Eagles weren't going to address. The Eagles maybe always are interested in tackles, but have such a good offensive line and obviously have Saquon Barkley. It seemed like these different positions that they were pretty confident the Eagles were not moving up 1 pick to address. And so they moved back a pick. They got a free 5th round pick.
But that matters. I want to push back on the idea that it's the 5th round pick because
no.
again, we think about all of the praise that the Rams have gotten at times, all of the praise that the Seahawks got, back a decade ago when the Fantasy Douche was writing about this. It's like the reason that you got that is that you had a bunch of extra picks and then you did hit on some because you had a lot. You shouldn't get a pick like this from moving down. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles should have sat there and said, you've got to make the pick of the guy that we don't want.
Right. Sure. There's people that would have said that. You're absolutely right. And I think this is a really interesting trade from that perspective. You're always doing this in our rookie drafts, I think, really smartly, making just little small trades here and there. Those extra picks do wind up accumulating and really mattering. I love playing Dynasty with you for that reason. You're a lot more patient than I am. I moved up one pick in my pre-draft rookie draft and gave away a 4th round pick that I didn't want or didn't think I would want to move up one pick to take Harold Fannin because I thought there was going to be this big drop-off. And I was just looking at it a minute ago because Ferguson ended up going in the 4th round. And when he went, I was like, yeah, I would have probably used the 4th round pick on either a running back or a potential tight end in a tight end premium format. That's always fun with those 3rd and 4th round picks to be looking at tight ends. You've written about that before. So I looked at that. I looked back at it and I'm like, now that Ferguson went to a good landing spot, got really good draft capital, I may have traded up to get the worst tight end. Or I could have probably stayed pat, taken Fannin, and then maybe taken Ferguson. So yeah, you can't just give away these later round picks. They do end up costing you, or they take away the uncertainty. And uncertainty is opportunity, right? They take away the potential that you hit on something exciting, that you hit on Terrence Ferguson with your 4th round pre-draft rookie pick, and now he's a 2nd round in tight end premium pick. You don't even get that opportunity to roll the dice because you took that off the board. I do completely agree with that. All I was picking on you for was that there's like the Giants traded up and the Texans traded back, and the Falcon. You mentioned the Rams one, but you get these opportunities that like these teams are adding like future first. We could have highlighted those trades, but you seem really excited about.
Did you like moving into round 1 for Dart? Because the Chiefs, it seemed like were on the clock for a long time as well, sort of running that down when you're the last team. I mean, they were pretty obviously looking for someone to come up and take Sanders even after they had traded down a pick. We now know, I have more information today, that teams were not that desperate to get up there and get him. But that trade for Dart. Dart is an interesting guy. We haven't talked about him yet. I kind of like this. I mean, I love it for him because now you've got Malik Neighbors.
Well, and we'll go to him for in just a second. I want to mention this note too from Ghost. He said there's 30 other teams. We don't know who else may have been interested in Campbell. I think probably this is what the Eagles are thinking. This was a big part of what I was thinking as it related to my trade up for, to move up one slot to get Fannin, was that I thought that some of the other league mates might be trying to move into that spot one pick ahead of me because I felt like there was going to be a tier break there. And that was at like 301 or something in tight end premium. And Fannin has a really interesting profile, as you mentioned. If we see him go here, you said he could still wind up being the best tight end in this class. I mean, a really interesting profile. There's some concern that he's not athletic enough to be productive enough. He's like a good, but he's not bad, but not great athlete. But then the production stuff is like for you and me, and we like to look at the production stuff on such a high level. The production stuff is so unique. So I've heard people say that the athleticism, because it's not great, and because most tight end hits do have great athleticism, that it's almost disqualifying because it's just good. And that's why I'm emphasizing it's not bad. His athleticism is not bad. It's just good. That may be disqualifying at the tight end position. For me, it's like when this guy's that much of an outlier on the production side, and in games that, yes, he was at Bowling Green, but in games against Texas A&M and Penn State, he basically carried them to almost upsetting those teams. It wasn't garbage time or anything. They lost those two games by like 6 points each, or I think it was 6-1 and 7-1. 1 point or one possession games in the end. Bowling Green almost upsets. I mean, they lost by 6 to Penn State, I think it was. Penn State went to the freaking national semifinal. And in that game where they lost by 1, Fannin had like 150 plus yards. I mean, he was the whole reason. They couldn't guard him. I mean, this guy is not just a product of, he played at Bowling Green. He's a ridiculous producer across the board. Anyway, Fannin's a very interesting guy, but you asked about Jackson Dart.
I don't know. As long as you're mentioning that, though, I don't know that this necessarily changes the other athleticism portions. And I don't even know that the tracking is correct, right? But at the Senior Bowl, his tracking numbers destroyed all of the other tight ends. some of whom then went on to test at the combine in a way where if he had tested at the combine like they did, he would have been a first-round pick, right? And so, again, when you talk about the production and why that matters, I think that is interesting, especially if you do have some of these other elements here. I do love that note from the comments about how it's not just a matter of the Chiefs potentially taking someone, but you've got to fend off all the other people the Chiefs could have traded that pick to. That's a good point. Jackson Dart, an elite vertical thrower, someone who gets criticism because of this Ole Miss offense. When Travis May was on OT, he pushed back on that. He said, don't worry about that element. This guy can really play. Certainly a lot of the numbers suggest that Dart can play, that he's athletic. You now have a team in the Giants making that bet. Now, the Giants have recently made some other bets on quarterbacks that didn't pan out. They don't have a great track record necessarily with some of these decisions. So I don't think that we necessarily say, the Giants drafted him, so he's good. But if you're going to go into a situation here where you have a very wide range of outcomes, I can't think of a better situation than having Malik Neighbors. We still think back to that massive Drew Lock game last year, where it's basically throwing the ball to Malik Neighbors and the Neighbors doing everything. I think this rockets Dart up the board in Superflex, which isn't a controversial thing necessarily to say, but I think I might even be more excited about him than I would guess the community is.
I was going to say some pretty exciting things about him as well. I agree with you there. And I like the way you put it, that it rockets him up the board. It sort of depends on where you had him ranked previously, but you've talked a lot very favorably about him. I like Brian Daboll still. I do think he's been hamstrung a little bit by the quarterback position, by Daniel Jones, by finding success with Daniel Jones in 2022 right away to the degree that they needed to extend him. I mean, even little things like Aaron Rodgers when he was bashing everyone randomly, recently on Pat McAfee, randomly saying some really nice things about Brian Daboll, even though the Giants eventually basically took themselves out of the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. Maybe they had a good idea that they wouldn't take him. Very interesting pick just came off the board, Trey Harris. I was going to say, we have not gotten an offensive player in 4 picks or an offensive skill player. We got an offensive tackle in there, but a couple edges and a cornerback. Chargers just took Trey Harris. He's one of those guys that if he got real draft capital, maybe round 2 draft capital, he gets interesting. You talked about the Jackson Dart offense. It's a good time for him to come off the board because obviously that's part of the Harris story. But like a 5+ yards per route run last year. But what people are critical of is, well, he didn't really do anything but run these very vertical routes and off play action and schemed open downfield. And that's why he was so productive. I think you still really want that type of draft capital and situation. And now he's got Justin Herbert, and it's going to be run heavy and play action and downfield. I mean, he's just like a better version of Quentin Johnston now. I mean, that seems exciting alongside Ladd McConkey with the Chargers. But the Dart stuff, I mean, I think Daboll is a good coach. And my point with the Rodgers thing was just that he says negative things about everyone. He was like, I really like Daboll, and I think he's a really great football mind as well. Where like the two things he said, I like the person, I like his football acumen, and it just stuck out to me a little bit. You may be thinking, why did you spend any time listening to Aaron Rodgers talk? But I did listen to a part of this interview for some reason. Then you have Malik Neighbors. So you have an offensive mind that I think can maximize the quarterback position, assuming the fit's perfect or right, at least. And then I think obviously Malik Neighbors being the player that he is massive. And because of Dart's particular profile, which you were just talking about, you talked about it in the rookie guide. He gapped all the other quarterbacks in this class in deep passing efficiency. Now, again, some of that was the stuff I just talked about. That's kind of play action, RPO heavy, whatever. And then, I mean, you watch the Trey Harris film, he does just like, he gets out on these routes where it's like every team seems to have like 8 guys in the box against Ole Miss. He's just running against one DB who's giving him a ton of cushion. And then like 15 yards downfield, he breaks into like a post or a deep dig. And there's like no middle safety, and Dart's just piping him in there, and he catches it in stride, and it's an explosive play. Some of the plays are, I understand why people are saying he's like the scouts, the film people are saying he's the most difficult wide receiver to analyze and project to the next level because of the offense. all I can really say to that is, I mean, he went out and had a 5+ yards per route run. This isn't just like a minor amount of production. It's massive, massive production, which you've written all about as well. But yeah, the Dart stuff, I mean, assuming Dart is good, he's a 21-year-old, prospect who had a lot of, and the deep efficiency was where I was going there, being what it is, and then having Malik Neighbors as what, the player that he can be. And the stuff with Trey Harris, even though I was just describing, sometimes he's wide open, Dart is hitting him in stride for catch and run opportunities. That's what you have to be able to do with Malik Neighbors, and that's going to buoy your quarterback numbers as well if you can do that, short, intermediate, deep. And it seems like Dart is the right quarterback for that, for Neighbors as well. I'm excited for him to go to the Giants. I'm excited that we don't hopefully have to see much Russell Wilson. The one thing I was bummed about, I said last night, was that it kind of buries Jameis Winston now. Like, Russell Wilson might start like week 1 or first couple weeks, but I think he'll play himself out of a job pretty quick. We'll get Dart by like week 5. And then from then on, I think it'll be pretty fun. I don't think we'll see Jameis Winston, though. I hope they trade him in August and he goes somewhere where we might get some starts, because obviously Jameis Winston just chucks the ball all over the place and is great for fantasy.
Yeah, you look at even the scheme adjusted numbers for Dart are very, very good. So it takes away some of the gimmicky stuff. I think that the on target numbers for both the deep passes, but then the scheme adjusted passes, encouraging there to go with what you're saying. I can understand it why people think it's a difficult evaluation for both of these guys. At the same time, Harris as well, someone with 3 consecutive good years of production. So one of the things about that final year as well is he put up huge games against 3 teams that are not really the level that Ole Miss usually plays, and you have the injury. And so the numbers are crazy, but you can also look back at 2023, where he's over a 30% dominator and has very good yards per team attempt. You can look back to 2022 with Louisiana Tech, where again, you've got the good dominator. You've got the 10 touchdown season that year. This is a guy who is a vertical receiver who scores touchdowns and has done that in a variety of different situations. He is someone where I thought that the landing spot or just the draft capital was going to matter a lot, because it would give us a better sense of how the NFL was looking at it. And certainly if you have a team like the Chargers, but the Chargers still have a way to go, but one of the more competent NFL teams is taking a stand with him right here. I mean, it's probably a situation where I'm concerned that this offense is going to end up making everybody a role player, that it's going to make Hampton a little bit more of a role player than what we want. It could end up eventually making McConkey a little bit more of a role player. Certainly you see how Harris could be someone who does something very important for reality that doesn't really reward fantasy managers. But at the same time, I think that the Chargers coming out behind him here and saying he's the guy who will help unlock the other things we need to do in the offense with Justin Herbert. Certainly they had the meltdown in the playoffs where, you just need more skill position talent. This is a great situation for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They needed skill position talent, and they've gone out and got it. I agree with your point about the risk that everyone becomes a role player. I don't know that they have enough production to make that happen. I think Ladd McConkey is going to have games where he consolidates volume. I don't know how much of a thorn Najee Harris will be for Amari and Hampton, but they haven't brought back J.K. Dobbins, and it seems like they're probably not going to at this point. And so Hampton, I think by the end of the year at least, has the potential to consolidate work. But I was kind of the bear last night on ship chasing for Hampton route. I was thinking that Najee's going to be a pretty big thorn in his side for the first half of the year, at least. They brought back Mike Williams this year. He was pretty bad last year, but then played for multiple teams and is probably done at this point, even though it maybe doesn't feel that way. But he does have the familiarity with Herbert. There's the possibility that gets him on the field enough. I don't think Quentin Johnston's good enough to keep Harris off the field. You're not talking about a lot of competition for targets. Tyler Conklin, they brought in to be their tight end, is not competition. He's going to get a standard tight end number of targets. They still have Disley and those other guys. They may even spread things around at the tight end position enough. When you have Justin Herbert, even if you're not throwing enough, I think you have the potential for some real efficiency explosions on the play action, on the downfield stuff. I mean, I was saying that I think Dart fits really well with Neighbors coming out of that offense that he was in, where he showed that he can put the ball accurately on open receivers for catch and run opportunities. I feel like Harris lands in a spot where the quarterback is a really good fit for him coming out of that offense, where he's going to be needing to. He needs a quarterback who can stand back there and rip these, deep in routes and deep shots. And Herbert can definitely do that, right? Off play action. I mean, it'll be interesting. I think Harris has the potential to carry some of that efficiency into the NFL. Obviously not to be a massive yards per out run guy, but I like that fit. I think that's a really fun fit. Assuming he's not just like a total bust and just like a guy that was totally make believe because of the offense and in college and all that stuff. But I mean, athletically, he's got a lot going for him as well, right? I mean, this is a guy that there's more to it than just the extreme production. He's a pretty strong athlete as well, right? Big dude, explosive.
Yeah, he should give him the size and that vertical element. I wanted to ask you about Hampton while we were talking about the Chargers. It sounded like even though people were moving Hunter up to the 102, that people were still excited about Hampton, who, according to most people's rankings, was already at the 102. I know these are two completely different teams, and so it doesn't mean that the one thing is going to carry over at all. But then it's so weird when you look at some of these teams that are willing to have multiple running backs who were good and to be run heavy, right? You have the Pittsburgh Steelers. Over the last 3 years, except for the little portion of time at the beginning of the season last year when Jaylen Warren was very clearly not 100% coming off of that injury, he's basically posted the best peripherals in the NFL since he came into the NFL, and only has 5 RB1 finishes in the previous committee with Najee Harris. Again, the Chargers are going to be a different team. They've made a huge investment in Hampton. But the other thing what I would expect to shift, but my concern with Hampton as it related to his prospect profile and whether that would translate fully into the NFL, one of the reasons why I thought there was this potential for Henderson, which I guess now I'm not certain about. The Patriots could either be fantastic or they could end up being terrible. But the Chargers were 31st in receiving EP to the running back. I'd be worried that this is a situation, at least for 2025, but 2025 is the upcoming season. It's the one that matters. That could actually not be very good for Hampton, purely from a scoring perspective, even if he's in a very good offense. There's still some questions even about whether it's going to simply be a good offense for running. I do think the Chargers will make enough of a jump there that will be positive, but there could be other contextual things that are actually very, very bad.
We just got Jack Beck to the Raiders, so that'll be the next one that we need to sort out. I know you're laughing. You're not a huge fan. The production metrics are not good. The targets per out run is not good. The efficiency wasn't very good until this last year. I know that's something that I talked about as it related to Brian Thomas last year, but I mean, this is not otherworldly efficiency in his final season. It's just the first year that it was actually good. It's good. It's definitely strong, but like his yards per target was over 11. But like, when Brian Thomas did it his final year, it was like over 13. And that was his third season so that he could become an early declare. This was Beck's 4th year in the college ranks, and it's still just okay. People really like him as a route runner. They think he's gritty. He's the first one in the building. All these things about him that tell you that he's a white guy. I don't know. I don't know what the Beck thing is, to be honest with you. I think I see this pick and I'm like, hey, this is great for Brock Bowers. There's a lot of routes they're going to try to have him run routes that he should not be running, and it's just going to mean more targets for Brock Bowers. It's less target competition. Am I like completely wrong in just writing off Jack Beck before we go to Omari and Hampton?
Well, even knowing that this kind of draft capital was a possibility, I ranked him at the 502. So
I thought you were gonna have him in the 3rd round. I couldn't remember how deep. When you were saying that, I was like, you had him at 310, 502. Okay, all right.
So everything that you said is true. I do think the last season there is kind of interesting, right? Leads TCU with 370 routes, again, SIS routes, 93 targets, 62 receptions, 170 87 yards after contact, 15 evaded tackles, drew 33 out of the slot, had a perfect receiver rating on those chances, drew targets at multiple levels. He's a guy who we know put up a great 3-cone time. There probably is a role at the NFL level for him. But you kind of hate to see him go to a team that doesn't seem like they know what they're doing, because that just screams overdraft based on some of these other things that we were hearing, right? This is a situation where you do get a very strong character vibe. Travis was suggesting that he'd be massively overdrafted, at least part on the story sort of surrounding it. I don't necessarily want to get into that or even know as much about it as probably all of the listeners, but certainly all of those things, you're going to root for him. And again, we don't know what's going to happen. We can look at it and say this does look like an overdraft.
Got it. Yeah. So he's gone. Sorry. The Omari and Hampton discussion. Let's go back to that. You, I thought laid out a really good case for some of my concerns. I do think the running back receiving in this version of the offense is a real concern. And part of Hampton's profile was that he was this dominant touch guy. The last couple of years, he had over like 300 touches at the collegiate level, both, dominant, both as a runner in terms of, he led the conference in rushing attempts and rushing yardage both of the last 2 years. And then he also had 29, 38 receptions over those 2 seasons, over 60 catches, almost 70 catches over those 2 years. Scores 16 and 17 touchdowns in 13 and 12 games over those 2 years. So you're talking about more than a TD a game. This 3 down, do everything back. But I also, when I watched this film, I felt like they run this shotgun spread offense, and there was a lot of shotgun sweep plays where they just hand off to him and he's moving laterally, and he's really good at putting his foot in the dirt and moving upfield. But there's just it's a well blocked, and it's sort of like a defensive. It's like a pass defense look, and he just cuts up field and eats up open space, and no one's even around. It's not even like he had to evade a tackle. There's just no one to even touch him. It's sort of bizarre. When he has guys out there around him, he does evade tackles. He has very good numbers, obviously. There's a lot of reasons to really like this guy, but I just saw a lot of explosive plays where I was like, man, I think he looks really good, but I also feel like I've seen a lot of college running backs look this good before. It reminds me of a lot of backs that I thought were awesome because they made explosive plays until they weren't very good at the NFL level. And then I look back on it and I was like, well, this is all their explosive plays in college were just plays that any back could have ran for a 60-yard TD. That's not necessarily to knock him. I was curious if you had a similar vibe. That's why I'm laying that out. I want to ask how you actually feel about him when you watch him on tape and what you think he actually looks like and who he is, who he would be at this level. But as far as the fit, I agree with what you were saying about the receiving, and I have some reservations about. I think he'll be it will depend on ADP, because I saw somebody at the beginning of this stream ask what his ADP would be in an underdog by the end of. Here, Bendel said it at the very beginning. Where does Hampton's ADP settle by the end of BBM? By the end of Underdog's Best Ball Mania, where does his ADP settle? Which could be a proxy for anything, for just where his redraft ADP is in August. I thought that was an interesting question, because I do kind of wonder how much the market will hype him. In Underdog, it will probably hype him more than he'll be hyped in home leagues. If he's a little bit of a later pick in home leagues, because most people are sort of projecting Najee to be pretty involved, then that's just a pretty straightforward play. You want to play the cheaper of the 2 backs. But I feel like in some formats, especially in Underdog, he's just going to be significantly more expensive than Najee, maybe right away. And you're
I don't think they'll be close.
Yeah. And so then you're wondering, at that price, how much what bet you're getting, right? I mean, so where do you think he's going to go, first of all? I mean, I guess I'm thinking of him like in the 4th or the 5th, like Jonathan Taylor's rookie year, where he was behind Marlon Mack, but not really. But like we all kind of expect him to take over from Marlon Mack at some point. But Jonathan Taylor was this prospect who was like, yeah, I mean, the 4th or 5th round, that sounds really fun. And then at the end of the rookie season, he was awesome, and it was a great pick. I think Hampton's going to go in that same range because he's going to be viewed as a potential back-weighted production. Is he that good of a bet if he's in that range? Or do you think he's going to go even higher?
Well, I would be surprised, I guess, if he doesn't go in round 4. I mean, the BBM dynamic is interesting because you have the structural respect for the need to load up a receiver early. You have less of that emphasis on the receiving element. You have more of the emphasis potentially on the big play and the one-off huge games. Certainly if he ends up being the touchdown guy, which, I mean, he would be set up to do by the end of the season, if the production is weighted into the tournament. I mean, all of those things that are very positive for him, not very good for Harris. I mentioned how little they pass to the backs. One of the things there can simply be an understanding that if they're going to pass to the backs more and more effectively, you've got to have better backs. Hampton, a guy last year with the 218 routes, 38 receptions, 363 yards, 11 additional broken tackles just as a receiver. That's why he was being really locked in there at the 102. This guy has the potential to be a star. Now, one of the things that you mentioned about watching how easily he gets some of the yardage, I've pointed out that at least with SIS, I've gotten some, feedback that maybe the PFF numbers are different, but there is a little bit of a disconnect between some of his evasion numbers and some of his yards after contact, which again kind of bring up this question for me of schedule. And it probably was not as tough a schedule as it is intuitive, at least for people who are maybe not big college football people. And so that element of it as well. Again, the nitpicks with Hampton are going to be very, very small, but certainly when you're picking him certainly if you're picking him at BBM in the 4th round, but certainly also if you're making that decision between him and Hunter or McMillan, or certainly playing Superflex, you need a QB and Cam Ward, those tiny differences could mean a lot to you both in 2025 and down the road.
And Steph's saying Harvey to the Broncos, which will be really interesting to talk about here in a moment. RJ Harvey, one of the interesting running backs, and you were talking about people got to have their favorite. Obviously, the Broncos look like a really interesting landing spot with Sean Payton. A little bit of an older back, I think you were talking about a little, but that seems like a really fun landing spot. But the other thing, you were talking about his receiving profile. That was the other thing when I watched him on tape, was all his receptions were like screens. And then I went and looked at his data to see if that backed it up. And Sean, his ADOT last year was negative 1.9. His average depth was 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. The year prior, it was negative 1.3. As a freshman, it was negative 2.8. He's literally never had an ADOT higher than negative 1. Now, this isn't like massively abnormal for running backs to have ADOTs that are like close to 0. I would say it's abnormal for all 3 years to be below negative 1. That's an extreme, like, we're just throwing to you behind the line of scrimmage sort of thing. His yards per out run weren't necessarily great. There was some concern there for me, I guess, in the profile, especially when I start to figure all this about his ADOT being, heavily negative, and some of them are scheme targets. It's like when he was actually out running routes, they weren't throwing to him. And you start talking about the Chargers' concerns. I don't know. I'm not saying he's going to be a bust or anything. He is a back who clearly checks all the boxes. He's big. He's a workhorse. We know being a workhorse is a skill. He's got the athleticism. He's got good receiving numbers. I'm just nitpicking it. It could be that the offense was sort of like limited his ability to be great on some of the peripherals that I want. Like it limited his ability to have a different type of an ADOT or a different type of broken tackled numbers, like you were talking about. If guys aren't getting a hand on him, that's not a bad thing, right? Like guys weren't getting a hand on Saquon Barkley on most of his runs last year, and that turned out pretty, favorably for him. We like the yards before contact too. Obviously, his ability to find space and hit holes and explode and take it to the house is good. He's just an interesting running back prospect to me, I guess. And so it'll be very interesting to see how things play out there.
Ben, as you say those things, let me offer this contrast for a player who probably won't go today, so we probably won't get to talk about him later. Rashard Smith is somebody I find fascinating. Position change guy, previously a wide receiver, so not surprisingly that he does have air yards. Had 95 air yards last year as a running back. Playing in the same conference, SMU obviously was better. They had a harder strength of schedule, but Smith actually had a better positive percentage. So that's the percentage of runs that have a positive EPA value than Hampton, despite giving up, I believe, 27 pounds. As a receiver, he had better yards per route. He had a better first down percentage by a massive amount. These are two very different types of backs. And one of them obviously went in the first round, and one of them I don't think will go today. But those interesting contrasts, I think, for players who have some linkages, offer maybe even a little bit more of what you're talking about there, where, potentially if you're trying to get some of this type of production, you could do it much less expensively in a different way.
And it does, yeah, I think those are great points. It does need to be said when we start talking about like rate stats and stuff, that he had 282 touches and then 319 touches over the last couple of years. And so some of what Hampton's
huge yards from scrimmage numbers.
Yeah, just raw production, raw numbers. And when you start doing the rate thing, you had a lot of touches. So good rate stats on massive volume is still very noteworthy, right? But I guess the worry for me with Omarion Hampton is like, is he a superstar running back, or is he like the Joe Mixon level, right? Like that's the guy that we've kind of picked on for years as a guy who's big enough, athletic enough, but doesn't seem to add efficiency over the workload to a massive degree. Although he's another guy that did finally do that for a stretch in 2024. And I thought part of that was, the defenses being a little bit lighter and being a little bit smaller and giving even Joe Mixon the room to make some big plays at times. Maybe that's, I have toyed with this idea that size at running back is pretty significant again now. I know you like the smaller backs, so it's something I want to talk to you about. Probably not on this stream a ton, but the rest of the summer for sure as we get moving forward. But yeah,
and after they got drafted where they were, GT in 95 in the prospect lab, Hampton in 87. An 87 is very good. The 95 is fantastic. These guys who are kind of between 100 and 90 tend to be the players where you're just like, that's going to be a plug and play, like top 5 RB for multiple seasons. Hampton kind of in that range where, yes, you think he's going to be very good. Does it necessarily lock him into being ahead of McMillan and Hunter and Ward? Not necessarily. Certainly, if you loved him before, you should still probably have him in that range.
So RJ Harvey, let's talk about the guy that just went into what appears to be a really good running back situation. This is a guy whose, evasion numbers are really strong. Receiving profile looks pretty strong. Everything about him is pretty strong, other than he is a little bit of an advanced age, right? But I know you liked him. You guys had Scott Barrett on, wrote of his overtime. He really liked him. I'm in that pre NFL draft, rookie draft that I had him in a league with him, and he took him pretty early in the second round in that league. And I know was a big fan of his as well. How hyped do you get for RJ Harvey here landing in Denver, I guess is the way to put it. It's got to be exciting, but how exciting?
This pushes him into the first round of rookie drafts.
Okay.
It has to, right? This is a guy who, recently when we did our show on running backs, I told you that he was a faster version of Bucky Irving or a downhill version of LaShawn McCoy. And we kind of chuckled about that because it sounds a little bit silly to put him in the same category with those guys. Harvey had a better max speed in the 40 than Facial Tootin and Omarion Hampton. He had better max acceleration in the short shuttle than Hampton. He finishes with that 4.40 at 205 pounds. He's a 92nd percentile explosion guy. This is somebody who is extremely athletic at that size. And then you watch him and you're like, yeah, he's freakishly athletic. That's hugely important for a running back. I actually really like the guys who are a little bit sturdy, but light enough that you can expect them to be a little bit more like Gibbs. So it kind of goes back to the conversation you were just sort of alluding to. But either way, I mean, this is someone who
he's 5'8", 205. Like, he's really short, but still stocky is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. And I mean, some of the things that a number of the different analyses that we've done in the past actually suggests that running backs need to be, or it just helps them to be tall. So that part, isn't great necessarily, but this is 150 yards from scrimmage, 25 total touchdowns last year. Over the last 3 years, 720 receiving yards. I mean, this is kind of that. So if you wanted a super, super, super poor man's Christian McCaffrey, then we'd start to look at this and you'd say, well, not in the 2024 version of the Broncos offense, which was catastrophically bad, but in the previous Sean Payton offenses, this would be fantastic. It's also kind of one of these situations where there were explanations for why he didn't really play his first 3 years. And so it's really the fourth year out of high school that he gets his first chance. All of that is bad. And yet I do think that if you have all of those things that push you into this very old window, then you need to produce in such a way that swamps those concerns. Harvey produced that way, and then he has the athleticism again to back up what you need from a big play running back. I think that's so much of what we're looking for now. The size helps, the 3-down element helps, but you have to be able to create big scoring plays to help your reality team. And then obviously we know that those big scoring plays. One of the things that still is shocking to me is how bad the actual EP profile was for Saquon Barkley last year. It doesn't matter if you're breaking off 60-yard touchdowns 2 or 3 times a game. I'm not saying Harvey will do that, but you need an athletic big play back. And that's what the Broncos have got.
Yeah, that's super exciting. I don't want to make a huge point here, but Jake here in the chat says we don't take second-round running backs, Harvey, over first-round receivers, Ibuka. I'm sure that comes from somewhere that somebody has that heuristic, and I'm sure that there's data that backs up that makes sense broadly. That caught my eye because that's the kind of thing that I see brought up a lot in situations where there's like a clear reason to have an exception and people don't want to have an exception because they get themselves tied into a specific rule that they've come up with. There's no rules in fantasy football, man. The like 5 most important players win fantasy football every year. All we're doing is trying to find like the 5 key players, right? Like if you're chasing outliers. We talk about this all the time on the show. We don't make those kinds of rules on stealing bananas. We talk about what guys are unique, what guys are potential outliers. RJ Harvey here is a guy that Shawn is sitting here going absolutely nuts over. The landing spot is fantastic. We've been wanting a Bronco back. It looks to me like a situation where if I had a rule that I don't take a second-round running back over a first-round receiver, I would absolutely throw that out and say this is not a situation that I'm going to follow that rule. When the first-round receiver is a guy who's stuck behind another slot receiver that's, a veteran who's been a star and Chris Godwin. I mean, yeah, the exception – I'm not saying you don't draft Ibuka either. We think he's a high floor, good type of player. But the exception on both sides here, that this is a second-round running back that you can overvalue a little bit, and he's a first-round receiver that you can be a little bit down on, and thus you can break that rule if you want to break that rule in this case. It's an important point that people, I think, I don't want to like sound too condescending, but I think people struggle with. I think people struggle to be like, well, I think I'm supposed to follow these rules in this situation. It's like, man, you are looking for outliers. You are looking for the situations that can break fantasy. RJ Harvey in the second round into a Sean Payton offense when they were using Javonte Williams so freaking much last year because they were afraid to use Jaleel McLaughlin or anyone else. I'm not saying it's definitely going to break fantasy, but it could be really, really great. This could be, I don't want to say that this is like when Sean Payton took Alvin Kamara when he was with the Saints, because we know what Alvin Kamara became. And RJ Harvey's a smaller back, and there are reasons to believe that he will be viewed more as a committee back for for Peyton, who does kind of have his roles and does seem to like size for his main back and all of those types of things. But man, they took RJ Harvey here in the second round. He obviously really likes him. A lot of backs still on the board here, some bigger backs still on the board here that he could have taken that have 3 down upside. Shawn, you're a huge fan of like DJ Giddens, for example. He's a little bit of a tall, like he's not as small as Harvey, right? He's 6'1". Yeah, he's like a taller back, right? I mean, like they could have went. I mean, I don't know that he's even necessarily in consideration in round 2 because there's some talk that he might be more of a round 3 guy, but he's a guy that could have gone here. There's several other backs. Anyway, the point is,
well, I mean, you think about Scadaboo, who also is a perfect fit.
There you go,
and has insane production, but also you have people saying is like an undrafted free agent athlete. With Harvey, you have a little bit of that less risk because you know what the athleticism also says. But yeah, I mean, there are guys here who could definitely be 3 down backs. And so it's
Caleb Johnson, big back, still available. Would have made sense. Dylan Sampson, some people really like. Tootin's a little bit of a smaller back. But yeah, there's a lot of backs available right now, right?
I mean, certainly Damian Martinez is a fantastic, like kind of sleeper, but kind of just, excellent selection.
So you
want to come out of your rookie draft with a lot of running backs.
Yeah.
And that's not always the case, obviously.
It's a good year for running backs. Donnie here's asking, where does he go in rookie drafts? Shawn, we usually do a rookie draft during this. I think some years we've done multiple rookie drafts. I'm kind of wondering if we should jump into one here at the end of round 2. We started to get a lot of landing spots. It might be kind of fun to start piecing together where we would have it right now, or we could wait. We could wait for a few more.
We get a lot more picks here in the next. I mean, there'll be a long time from pick 80 to the end. And I mean, we're going to get some guys who come off the board like in mild surprises, a little bit like Harvey.
Right.
Certainly was a possibility that he could go there. I mean, again, we've got running backs who could go in the next pick or could go in round 6. I mean, that's how talented and how compressed it is, but how it has to end up separating out, as most teams don't take running backs because it's not that value position and you got to fill out your whole team. But I think that you can when you think about, I think Harvey's going to go sort of at the edge of round 1 and 2. But you can now look at him and say that you would actually prefer him as the second back to GT.
That is definitely an exciting statement. Since he went, we've had a cornerback, a couple D tackles. Just prior to him, we had the Beck pick, but several non-offensive players after the Harris pick at 55. So not a lot here in the last 10 or so picks to discuss other than Harvey, who has been an exciting pick in his own right. We're now at the final pick of the second round, the Eagles. We're still kind of wrapping up our discussion of the first round, Shawn. We were talking about Hampton for the first time. We have not gotten to Matthew Golden. I know we maybe don't need to spend a ton of time on this because as we talk through it, we both weren't very big fans of his. He now lands on the Packers. Seems like he'll be more of a vertical threat, but the way that they sort of rotate receivers, is he kind of destined to be sort of a role player essentially in as far as fantasy is concerned? I guess the way that I should frame this is, how much more excited about Jayden Reed did you get knowing that Matthew Golden's going to just be running clear out routes all the time?
Well, I did write it up as it basically being a huge win for him because the defense is going to have to account for Golden, right?
Oh, a huge win for, when you say him, do you mean Golden or do you mean Reed?
Well, for Reed.
For Reed.
I think it's probably fine for Golden because even though we expected Golden to go really early and there was talk of him being the first wide receiver off the board, there's also the potential for a fall where the NFL GMs dig into this profile like, well, where was the production? And why did it even take in his final year Bond getting hurt before you get the production? You can look at that in a variety of different ways. You can say, well, he was finally emerging. He's still a lot younger than these other guys in many cases. So why would we hold it against him that he emerged in the second half of 2024 and is still young, as opposed to people who had more production but are years older than he is. You like to get that young player, especially when they have 4.29 speed. I think it's interesting here because the Packers were so different in 2023 and 2024. Obviously, the drop back numbers last year were catastrophic. They had a season in 2023 where by points above average per attempt, they were the second most efficient passing offense in football. When you think about getting guys wide open, I think that Golden is an interesting player because now teams, instead of having to take Jaden Reed's athleticism seriously, while the rest of the guys are, basically with Romeo Doubs, you've got the possession receiver, but they were trying to get someone like a Christian Watson who has had the various health issues, or Dontavian Wicks, who just had this astronomical drop rate, to be people who could draw some coverage, who could open things up. You think about the playoff game against the Cowboys, where they absolutely humiliated them. That's where I think the Packers are going back to. And so if you think about the 2023 team and Matthew Golden drafted onto that, you're thinking, well, this is great for Golden. It's great for Reed. The nightmare scenario would be just more of the Josh Jacobs offense in a situation where, even though they're the two most dynamic receivers, you're starting to even have snap issues, route issues for both Golden and Reed. There's a darkest timeline where both of those guys have some questions. Just think back to a year ago where Reed, who again, this is a guy who broke out as an 18-year-old at Western Michigan. He goes on and puts up big numbers subsequently a couple years later at Michigan State. Jaden Reed did not come out of nowhere, right? And then he puts up over 200 fantasy points as a rookie, and people didn't want to draft him last year because of Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson. And that was within the context of a dynamic passing offense. If we're going to look at what they were last year and you put Golden into this group, even with the Watson injury, because at some point Watson will probably be back. Again, if you're looking at this from a dynasty perspective, maybe that's a problem, maybe it's not. Actually, I think this is kind of cool. I'm excited for Jordan Love. I think that it's good for Golden. It's good for Reed. I don't know. My tendency is to say the guy who has had many good years, is a freak athlete, and can do a lot of things well, like Reed, is probably the big winner. But there are a lot of situations that could have been a lot worse than for Matthew Golden than going to the Packers with, when he's healthy, probably one of the more dynamic quarterbacks in the NFL. I don't think we saw the real Jordan Love basically at all last year. And then you can say the same thing for their head coach. We didn't get the real version of him because the offense was just so castrated by the injuries that they had early in the season.
We just wrapped up round 2. Shadur Sanders did not go. The Giants open up round 3. We have the Browns, a couple picks after that. People talked about the Browns as a fit there, scheme fit, some of these things. Possibility for him in the early part of the 3rd. I'm not sure, but he continues to slide. Yeah. What are you hoping to see here in the early part of the 3rd round?
I think it would be fun if Jalen Milroe went to a team that needed a quarterback. I think that that's where the hybrid QB, like lottery pick, really works. And now that he's into this range, he's not going to be that expensive for you. And so you get both sides of it, where you have a lot of upside. You probably don't have that bad of a price. Certainly, again, it would have been fun to see the Chiefs take a running back. That's one of the spots I'm really looking for running back there. They do have another pick obviously coming up. The one, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, from the Snead trade. Ben, when you're looking at receiver here, one of the things that they talked about as being a potential sort of opportunity for fertile trade downs, if teams were looking to do that, was that you really got the impression that after Higgins and Burden, that there was going to be this massive tier break at receiver. Usually we're hoping to see receivers go. I don't know that we have guys in this range that seem like they're must selections. I'd love to see Jalen Royals go off the board, but we're a little bit soft at the traditional fantasy spot here, because we know that running backs, as we continue to fall, you land in the right landing spot, you have the right profile, you're going to be okay. We talked about Fannin earlier. I would love to see him go sometime soon.
Yeah, he would be a fun one here in round 3. The close of round 2 was just a couple non-offensive players. You mentioned you wanted to see the Chiefs go running back. They went D tackle there to close round 2. The Eagles went safety. Good teams taking important positions. That's no fun. We want to see we want to see these teams take ridiculous picks so that we can get excited about them. I want to talk to you about Jeanty a little bit. Goes 6th overall, goes to the Raiders. Obviously, there was a pretty strong expectation he'd go in the top 10. It's not a surprise that he landed at 6. I guess the actual landing spot is the biggest story. He does land with the Raiders. I had seen some discussion earlier this offseason that if he landed with the Raiders, that would be a significant detriment to Brock Bowers, that they would go, in this Chip Kelly offense, they would go very running back heavy, and they have this top 10 overall running back, and it would just be run. And that would be a potential negative for Bowers in the passing game. Conversely, you could make a case that the Raiders are so bad that their line is probably not great, that they aren't necessarily run well. I mean, they took Jack Beck in the 2nd round. They're kind of just doing fun stuff. I'm not confident that they know how to build a team. That's not great for a running back, right? As good as Jeanty is, what happens to him in a situation like Saquon Barkley was in with the Giants for all those years? We just got to see Saquon Barkley freed and in an amazing situation, and he runs for 2,000 yards in his first year, getting an opportunity to do that. And it goes back to, all these years of struggling in New York and all the conversations about, is the situation holding back the superstar running back talent? That can happen no matter how good the running back is. It doesn't matter how many tackles he breaks. If no one's getting blocked and he has 4 dudes in the backfield, he could break 3 and still lose yards. Is there a concern about the situation for Jeanty?
As I was thinking through it, I guess it just seemed like if you're going to get a top 10 pick on him, this seemed to be overwhelmingly the one that was most likely, which is a bummer. My first reaction to it was, you're taking a guy who could be a generational player and putting him onto a bad team. And even though, again, we know that Barkley scored from way out so many times last year, as long as you don't have a QB vulturing the touchdowns, you want to have a lot of those green zone opportunities. You want your team to score so that you have that touchdown upside. I think when you go to the Raiders, that's taken away, similar to how it wasn't really there for Brock Bowers last year. I do think there's the potential. I don't think it hurts Bowers at all, right? This is a team that wants to run, that's going to run. And there are only 2 things that can really happen here. One is that they want to run, and because they have such a superstar, they run more effectively. They sustain more drives. They have more opportunities then to get the ball to Bowers in situations that matter. Maybe you even get down into the red zone and both of these guys have a chance to score. Or you have what happened last year after they came out and said, you have your head coach saying, our offense is bad, we're not going to score many points. And then you're wondering, what's their path to winning football games? You can intend to run all you want, but if you're bad enough, you're going to still have to have all of these game script related passes that are going to go to Brock Bowers. Either way, Brock Bowers does fine. I do think for Jeanty, it lowers the ceiling because you take away this opportunity for him to be so transcendent because of situation, because of touchdowns and blocking. Part of this is simply because they weren't able to run very much, but the Raiders did rank 31st in run blocking points earned last year. So, there's no reason to think they're going to block very effectively. I do think that Jeanty is good enough that he's still going to look great. I believe there are only 7 running backs last year that had both a 35% team opportunity share and also a 10% target share. So you're getting kind of both elements of the workload there that are so crucial. It would be absolutely shocking if Jeanty isn't in that group this coming season. And it would be a little bit shocking if he's not the number 1 or number 2 when you think about how other teams are set up and how the Raiders are now set up. And so the floor here is just incredibly high. You're going to get a workload for him, including the receptions, I believe, because again, who else do they have to throw the ball to? Their receiving core outside of Bowers is just non-existent. Right? So Bowers and GT are going to be doing everything, every play. I think they're both going to have huge, huge seasons.
Your Chiefs went edge. They did not take a running back here with their other pick at the 2-3 turn. Do they pick again at the end of the third? Do we get to see them at pick 95? They do have another pick, so maybe we'll get an opportunity to root for a running back again. Sean's just been desperate for like 6 years for the Chiefs to actually pretend like the running back is a position on a football field that matters.
The offensive line, defensive line, edge, as you mentioned, it's a real bummer when your favorite team understands what the valuable positions are.
Right. They're doing the boring but important things. Let's recap round 2 because we haven't talked about the stuff at the top of the show. Some people may be tuning in a little bit more recently. Jaden Higgins was the first skill position player off the board at pick 34. We really liked that landing spot with CJ Stroud. It was exciting to see him go ahead of Luther Burden. This is kind of the high end of his expected draft capital range. Pretty big for him and his value, a guy that you really like. Quinshon Judkins goes, again, another guy that goes a little higher maybe than expected, goes ahead of his teammate Travion Henderson, who was the one that was getting more first-round potential buzz. Henderson does go 2 picks later. Judkins, good landing spot with the Browns. Henderson, we're a little unclear on with the Patriots. Could be good. Could be fun. Interesting to see. He's got a good quarterback. I think I'm pretty excited about Henderson there, but we'll see how that goes. Judkins should get a lot of work for the Browns on, potentially not a very good offense, a little bit like what you were just talking about with Ginty, though, where it should be. I think Judkins is going to get plenty of work there, and they're not going to be hopefully not going to be that bad. I don't know. Who knows who's even playing? Is Joe Flacco?
It's going to be similar, though, like you said, a lot of Judkins and a lot of Jerry Jeudy.
Right. It's going to be very kind of compacted there. Luther Burden, one of the big early surprises. The draft capital about what we would have maybe have expected, sliding into round 2, but not too far into round 2, but goes to the Bears, who took obviously tight end Colson Loveland in the first round. We talked through it. We kind of think Cole Kmet's the odd man out here, probably 11 personnel. You're going to see Burden out there. You're going to see Adunze and DJ Moore, and then Loveland as a tight end, at least has a long-term vision of the offense. It's exciting from the perspective that Burden is very good with the ball in his hand. Ben Johnson, the new head coach, has done great stuff getting the ball into playmakers' hands, getting the ball. Even if you look at a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs, the stuff that he does in the passing game around the line of scrimmage, you could see some of that type of stuff designed. Johnson's always come up with creative designs, designed for Burden in a way. It could be very exciting. You made the great point that one of the guys that gets knocked by that is DJ Moore, who's done a lot with the ball in his hand in the short area stuff in his big seasons with the Bears in the last couple of years. That's been an exciting part of what Moore's been able to do to round out a full profile. He wasn't getting enough of that early in his career with the Panthers. Finally came. Now you have a guy who's sort of a specialist at that is being added to the team, and the new regime, the new head coach, presumably really likes. Tyler Shaw is 11 years old and went at pick 40 to the Saints. They went very, very high with him. We don't really like the profile at all. Mason Taylor was the next guy to go of the fantasy relevant players. Tight end to the Jets, not a great landing spot with Justin Fields, but Terrence Ferguson, the next tight end to go 5 picks later to the Rams. We like the landing spot quite a bit more. Sean mentioned a little bit more production there, good athleticism. Ferguson probably going to slide ahead of Taylor despite going behind him in our rankings going forward. Elijah Arroyo goes a few picks after that. We just had a stretch where the only guys coming off were some tight ends. Arroyo goes to Seattle. I talked through why I was pretty pessimistic about that landing spot and about Seattle just generally. And then as we went further into the second round, Trey Harris goes off the board, wide receiver to the Chargers. An interesting one there. He has a very interesting profile, very strong production, but very unique offense could be something that was giving him too many layups, and his production was a little bit fraudulent, if you will. But I really, again, another one where I really like this fit. I like his skill set with Justin Herbert in an offense that's going to be probably pretty run heavy, but then play action shots. And I don't really think there's significant competition other than alongside Ladd McConkey. And I think Harris will fit well with McConkey, because I don't really think Mike Williams coming back there, or Quentin Johnston or Tyler Conklin are all going to be, those are all sort of role players in my mind that Harris has the runway, probably not right away in week one, but they take him a little higher than he's expected to go potentially here. They seem to like him. He has the runway to become that long-term complementary piece to McConkey as a vertical weapon. And then we get Jack Beck going to the Raiders. Another one where it's like, this looks like a little bit of an overdraft, probably not a dude that we're going to be super excited about there. RJ Harvey, absolute smash landing spot with the Broncos, a little bit higher draft capital than maybe was expected. Broncos clearly like the guy. They go out and they get him in round 2. He maybe was going to be around 3, maybe around 4 if the Broncos don't take him, based on the discussions of what the NFL thought of him and where the other 31 teams might have been. He might have fallen, even a full round more than this. So this is like the kind of thing where you're like, okay, the team obviously likes him. There's a lot of opportunity. Shawn, you talked about his glowing profile, athleticism, production, only 5'9", but a thick 5'9" at 205, an exciting player. And then that was it for the second round. A fun round, but Harold Fannin just went. The whole chat is going nuts while I'm here reading off the second round picks. Colin asks, why is the Jets bad landing spot for tight end? Mostly because Justin Fields takes a lot of sacks, scrambles a lot. The pass volume is the concern there, not so much the the opportunity or those types of things. But right here, third pick of the third round, Shawn, you just said it. Of all the guys in the third round I asked you that you would like to see go, you circled around to Fannin, but it seemed like you were most excited to see Fannin go. He does go. He's the 6th tight end off the board. That's not necessarily exciting, but at pick 67, this is still some real draft capital. He didn't fall into day 3. He's an early third round pick. This is a guy who absolutely dominated. He led FBS in receptions, not among tight ends, but among all players in receptions, 117 receiving yards per. This says yards per game, but then they list 1,555. But he was absolutely dominant in terms of receptions, yardage, production. His game log is there's no other word for it than sexy. It's just fantastic. It's so fun to look at from the perspective of him being a tight end. And yes, it was Bowling Green, but I'm going to pull it up. I'm just going to pull up his game log because I've gone to his game log like 6 times in the last couple of weeks. I'm going to pull it up. We're going to talk to the people about it. This is from sportsreference.com/CFB, the college football reference page. This is his freshman season. He didn't have a ton of production, had one game at Mississippi State where he went for 549 and a TD. I mean, Mississippi State, obviously a big school. His second season, he has 109 yards and a TD in one game. He goes for 92, 92, 89, and 99 in 4 games down the stretch. Touchdowns in 3 of those games. Starts to come on as a sophomore. Production not necessarily off the charts yet. And then we get into this last season. First week against Fordham, they blow him out. He only goes 6 for 67. They win by a bunch. Then they play at Penn State, and they only lose by 7 to a team that went on to the national semifinal. He has 11 catches, 137 yards, and a TD in this game. I'm going to just click on this game because, I mean, he's there. I mean, they were up 24-20 at half against the number 8 team in the nation in Penn State. Harold Fannin had a TD in the first quarter. He's like their main productive player. This is their box score. Their running back has 57 yards. Their other back has 46. They have a receiver here who goes 8 for 81, but Fannin 11 for 137 and TD. He was the dude against Penn State. They couldn't stop him. Tyler Warren goes 8 for 146 in this game. Then the next week they go at Texas A&M, and they lose by 6. I'm not going to click on this one and do a whole thing, but again, 8 for 147 in a TD. He goes over 135 yards and scores with at least 8 catches on the road against Penn State and Texas A&M, and almost leads Bowling Green to upsets against this level of competition. The next week he gets Old Dominion. He goes 12, 193, and 2. Next week, 9 for 135, and he has 2 carries for 37 yards and a TD. So he has like 170 total yards and a touchdown in a win over Akron. He has a quiet game here against Northern Illinois. If you look at a lot of box scores, game logs for tight ends, you see a lot of games like this. There's not a lot of tight ends that are this dominant at the college level. It's not crazy for him to have a 425 game in what was a 17-7 game. It seems like this was just not a very exciting offensive game for whatever reason. Maybe there's weather. I don't know the whole story. Goes 10, 171 the next week, 6 for 74 in a TD, 7 for 86. Those are more good, but not amazing. Then 10, 137, 2, then 9, 125, 1, then 8 for 47 in his final conference game. They go to the bowl game. He's playing a team that's good enough to qualify for a bowl game. Yes, it's Arkansas State, but they were good this year. In a 7-point loss, high-scoring game, he catches 17 passes for 213 yards and a touchdown. In all the big spots that he was in this year, he had monster production. The overall season winds up being 117 catches, 1,555 yards, 10 touchdowns. He also rushes for a TD, as I mentioned. He had 4 rushing TDs as a true freshman. He had 33 carries over his career, 5 rushing touchdowns. This team, Bowling Green, just wanted to get the ball in this guy's hands any way they could. And in particular, in 2024, his receiving production was off the charts, led all of FBS at any position in receptions and yards. He goes here in the 3rd round, 3rd pick of the 3rd round, to the Browns, who do still have David Njoku, but also need receiving weapons. They have a good look at him. Bowling Green is in Ohio. I'm sure, were scouting him plenty. I mean, I feel like this is a good landing spot. I feel like this is a good fit. I feel like they can use him. Part of the talk on Fannin is that he's just too much of a receiving tight end to have gone particularly high, that you can't actually use him in some of the traditional ways that you need him to be able to block in line and some of that stuff, or at least that's some of what I've heard. I don't know if that's what your understanding is, but I mean, that's fine in this offense, right? They'll put him out there with Njoku and he'll run routes. I don't know. What do you think? We got 2 other wide receivers came off the board.
I mean, it raises the question of, could you just, draft him where you drafted, Jaden Higgins and have him play receiver? And the numbers you gave, I think, very clearly illustrate what he was as a receiver, but his yard per route run eclipsed Isaiah Likely's number from 2021, which are the top 2 from tight ends in college football in the last 5 years. You have Kyle Pitts, Trey McBride, the 2 guys who average over 90 yards per game in their standout seasons, the only tight ends to go over 80. Fannin was at 119. You think about how gapped that is from guys like Pitts and McBride, who, I mean, Pitts, everyone knows the direction his career has gone, but you think about what he did as a rookie, right? You think about what McBride has done recently. The additional peripherals with 29 evaded tackles for Fannin. And again, you've got the small school thing, but when people are worried about athleticism, they're probably not worried about athleticism as a receiver. It's some of these other things. I mean, you're talking about 900 yards just after the catch. You're talking about 393 yards just after contact. And then the other thing, I referenced this before, but you have some of these tight ends who were very athletic. I mentioned Ferguson. We talked about how Elijah Arroyo had the really fast numbers. You had some guys at the combine, like the Nebraska tight end, put up, not necessarily fast 40s, but huge explosion numbers, all of those types of things. And you don't necessarily have that for Fannin. But you talk about the Senior Bowl tracking, he had the top max speed with Arroyo second by a huge margin. And again, I mean, guys like Ferguson, Fedone, those guys are there. He had the top max acceleration by a huge margin, top max deceleration by a huge margin, the most explosive efforts by a huge margin. Yeah, I think there's a very real possibility that nothing becomes of this because he just is a tweener and that doesn't work. But that would be my only concern. I don't think that athleticism is a concern. Certainly he's a freak receiver. And even if you want tight ends that do multiple things because you can run offenses that are more difficult to stop, and that's everything about the current chess match that's out there. Maybe he doesn't fit that. That's obviously the reason he drops to tight end. It's 6, right? As opposed to going, ahead of Colston Loveland. But right here is kind of fun because you have a high enough draft slot that you don't have to panic, and you have a low enough one that you're not going to pay a huge amount to get this guy on your team that you probably want to have on a bunch of your teams just for the take a look element, if nothing else.
Yeah, he seems like just a really fun player overall. People have also talked about that he runs duck-footed. His gait is apparently significant enough, Sean, that people don't care that he had 1,555 yards receiving at 117 catches and broke all these tackles. He clearly has great balance. Yeah, you watch his highlights and you're like, he does look a little weird when he runs, but he's not being brought down. It's not causing him to trip up or anything. Like, he's clearly not hampered by this gait. But yeah, a very exciting tight end prospect there. Goes early in round 3 to the Browns, to a team that will probably need to throw a decent amount. And yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty excited. I think that's a team that needs pass catchers, even though they already do have a pretty good tight end. I don't play the position game where because they have one tight end, another tight end doesn't matter. I know it can become an issue with routes run for sure. I'm hoping if they take him at pick 3 of the 3rd round that they're planning to let him run some routes. That's what he does. He's a receiving tight end that he'll be out there running enough routes to be able to do that. Was targeted on 36% of his routes last year, 0.83 weighted targets per route. Huge yards per target. You mentioned massive yards per route run, right? And then massive yards per game. If you just look at it from that perspective, blew away the previous top tight ends in yards per game. That stat you just gave. It's a profile that's at least a fun take a peek profile.
More yards after the catch than the receiver the Lions just drafted had, I believe, in the last 2 seasons.
So let's talk about that, because I'm pretty sure Elon Musk just got some NFL draft viral marketing. We have an Isaac Tesla. His name is just Tesla. I literally have not heard this guy. I'm lying. Division II Hillsdale College for 3 seasons before transferring to Arkansas. But no, he's not a guy that was expected to go next at the wide receiver position. One guy did go ahead of him, Kyle Williams. The chat's really excited about Kyle Williams. We'll talk about Kyle Williams in just a second. But what do we know about Isaac Tesla other than the fact that he's battery powered?
Well, he's 6'4", 214 pounds, and had a 94th percentile shuttle, had an 89th percentile explosion. This is a combine superstar. But, that's about all that it is.
Maybe a kick returner? the Lions obviously can make use of explosive players, but they have enough good players that it does become tricky to imagine much. And man, I'm looking at his per route profile in my little database here. Only under target on 13.4% of routes last year. Massive yards per target of 14.8. Seems like he was just kind of a deep threat. High ADOT 14.3. But this is not, other than the fact that he did convert some long touchdowns, it's not like a super exciting profile. Did he run back kicks? Is this potentially a bit of a special teams plus kind of pick where It seems like he didn't. So
It's interesting that you kind of bring that up after. I mean, this is sort of a spot where if a team was going to go in a weird direction, I might have expected them to have taken someone like Savion Williams. One of the things that is kind of weird here, Ben, is that Arkansas appeared to sour on him enough that the routes really dropped in the final year, even though he was more efficient on a per route basis. There may be some other explanations for that. But this is another one of these guys where with the ball in his hands, the metrics were also poor. And so if you have, again, it seems like it comes down to the athletic profile without much concern for the overall production, or even when you actually got him the ball, what was he then able to do?
And I was going to say, when the routes come down like that, sometimes the guy just didn't play a lot of games, but it appears he was active for all 13 games. He just had multiple games where he didn't have any catches. It seems, some games where he had one catch for 32 yards in one game. It seems like a deep threat that, some games had some explosive plays and other games didn't even have a catch. He had 200-yard games. One of them's, a legit 120 and a TD that looks okay, but that's one of only 2 games where he scored a touchdown last year. And it's one of only 200-yard games. The other one's a 107 game where, he only had 3 catches, but he was able to get up over 100 yards on 3 catches. Caught more than 3 balls in only 2 games all of last season. Caught more than 4 in no games the year prior. And again, this was after 3 years in Division II, so he was in his 4th and 5th years of eligibility these past couple of years at Arkansas with a ton of athleticism. And this is where I always go back to this. I talk about it with Matthew Golden. If the athleticism is supposed to be this meaningful, then why was he not turning that into production at that level? We need guys that create separation. And you're like, yeah, it could be the offense. It could be the quarterback, this, that, the other thing. If he's this athletic, he should be running by DBs at this level to such a degree that he's just that open all the time and can constantly make big plays. If he has a good quarterback, then he'll do what Brian Thomas Jr. did, and you'll have 17 touchdowns. If he has a bad quarterback, he'll still have some production because he's always open down the field. And the college quarterbacks can at least throw to open players down the field when they're as open as some of the really good prospects can get. When you see numbers like this, you're like, this guy couldn't get open despite being way more athletic than the college defenders. Why is he going to suddenly be able to set up and beat NFL athletes in the secondary? I mean, these guys are going to eat his lunch. He's not going to get open.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem like. Kyle Williams, on the other hand, really interesting player who had some excellent market share seasons at UNLV and then finishes off with a huge campaign at Washington State. Then also a player with some very intriguing athletic numbers. This one, I think, is a guy that people were really excited to see where he would go. The player that many people thought would end up being kind of that sleeper / riser. 190-pound receiver with a 4.4 40. Nothing blows you away here, but I think people are going to be excited to see him go into a situation where there is a lot of potential opportunity. And again, we have the same kind of note that you have made on a number of occasions, that if there's opportunity and you have a rising QB, this could be the perfect storm.
Yeah, people are really, some of the scout types are pretty excited about him. In my notes on him, when I was looking through his targets per run profile, I was making some notes for, to potentially write up all the different profiles over at Stealing Signals, and then I ended up not doing individual write-ups. But I wrote that he earned some volume at times, but 2023 was pretty alarming on his largest route sample before a rebound in his 5th year in 2024. So he spent 3 years at UNLV, 2 years at Washington State. That 2023 year was his first year at Washington State. It was with Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick, while he was still at Washington State. And Kyle Williams didn't exactly – he had his largest route sample of any of his collegiate seasons, 492 routes, and had a really poor targets per route run of 17.3%. Didn't exactly earn volume. when Washington State was still in the Pac-12 and was playing some tougher opponents. Then last year they were technically independent and they played kind of a whack schedule. So they played like San Jose State, Boise State, Fresno State, Hawaii, San Diego State, Utah State, New Mexico, Wyoming, that group of teams. And he has a better season. Like you said, he had a really good overall, like raw season. It was only the second season where he ran over 400 routes. Now, during his time at UNLV, he didn't run even 300 routes in any of those years, but he was earning volume pretty well. Like when we consider like kind of age adjusting it even. Second season at UNLV, strong targets per route run, career high, 26.5%. I was pretty impressed with some of the early career stuff. Like part of the Matthew Golden thing that's so hard for me is he was bad at Texas last year, but he wasn't even good at Houston prior to that when he transferred. It's like, if you couldn't even been good at Houston, I'm just confused there. Kyle Williams at least had some good, not great per route data because he wasn't very efficient. He was earning targets, but not very efficient. So the yards per route run is just kind of meh during his 3 years at UNLV and never really ran big routes. And then he goes to Washington State and he starts to run big routes for 2 seasons, over 400 routes. And yet only one good year there at Washington State. As you mentioned, that final year, his 5th year. And as I said, they were, an independent at that point playing basically a mid-major schedule. So I don't know. The scouts seem to really like Kyle Williams. There's maybe some route running stuff there that is a little exciting. I don't see that's why I'm saying like the targets per route run stuff from UNLV is at least a little bit intriguing to me because it backs up the scout stuff to me, at least from what I look at. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, he probably does get open a little, earn a little bit of volume. It's weird to me that he played with the number 1 overall pick Cam Ward in 2023 and like struggled to the degree that he did. I would want to understand better why, two other guys that Josh Kelly and Lincoln Victor, who I'm presuming are not huge NFL prospects, both outproduced him in that 2023 season when he was, a 4th year out of college, out of high school guy, a transfer, senior at that point, and playing with an NFL quarterback who threw a lot of passes. That's a team that aired it out that season, but against a tougher schedule. I would want some explanation for why he was not good in that 2023 season. And it was only really the 2024 season where he showed some upside.
I think we get that quite a bit where that first year after the transfer, things are tough. Now, that doesn't excuse it. It doesn't say that we just wave it away. I think it is arguably understandable in that context, but it does lower. This is someone that I like with this combination of early career production, final season production, sneaky athleticism, he's not a big receiver, but the size athleticism component kind of works well together. And he's someone who evaded tackles at UNLV in this final year with, the good numbers across the board at Washington State. He has 607 yards after the catch, 308 after contact, and 18 evaded tackles. Again, we're talking about guys of this size who are being drafted at least in part because of athleticism. I think we want to see that show up on the football field. So I like that. All of that having been said, I did have him projected to or ranked at the 310 coming into the draft. So this isn't someone that I would necessarily have a priority label on for some of those reasons that you're mentioning.
It does seem like you would probably rise from there, though, given this landing, this draft capital and landing spot, right?
Yeah, I think so, because you could easily have had him fall to either the edge of day 2 or into early day 3. You could have had him go to a bad QB. You could have had him go to a crowded depth chart. It really is pretty wide open for him from an opportunity perspective.
So I mentioned I had some notes on him when I was making some notes and looking at some target per out run profiles, etc. I went, I think, 17 receivers deep based on the consensus big boards at NFL mock draft database. Isaac Tisslaw was not one of those receivers. He was the guy that went one pick after Kyle Williams. And so I was kind of figuring out his profile as we went there. The next receiver to go here, Pat Bryant, also was not one of those receivers. The consensus big boards did not have him in the top 17 or so. We talked about this. This wide receiver class, not great. And it was going to be interesting to see which receivers got capital. Now, I'm going to make the case that because this receiver class is not great, these teams might be looking for things that are different than what we care about in fantasy, like Tesla's athleticism as a potential, schemed touch or big play type of guy that is not ever going to really amount to anything massive in the fantasy space. I talked about potential return, capability, but he didn't have any returning in his history at Arkansas. So that was a little bit bizarre to me when I started talking about that. I don't know a lot about Pat Bryant, but I do know that Sean Payton likes receivers for specific types of roles. He likes receivers that can just block. Like he's infatuated with, first it was Josh Reynolds, and then, he had Tim Patrick, and then it was Josh Reynolds, and just I just need a big wide receiver that can block, but I'm not actually ever going to throw him the ball. Is that what Pat Bryant's going to be here, or is there a reason that we should be excited about this Pat Bryant that gets a lot more draft capital, as I mentioned, than the consensus big board was expecting? But as I look at his profile, never had a 1,000-yard season, never ran 350 routes at the college level. So that final year on a per route basis, actually somewhat interesting. 2.83 yards per route run as a fourth-year player this past year for Illinois. Is he kind of intriguing?
Ben, this is the most excited I've been so far during the draft.
Oh,
this is the player I kept trying to find anybody to get on board with and couldn't. And I was also worried he might be like an undrafted free agent, at which point, you can't really do anything. I mean, not that undrafted free agents don't, but so my blurb on him coming into the draft was, if there's a guy with absolutely no buzz who goes on to be a viable fantasy starter, my bet would be Bryant. His final season included a 2 TD game against Nebraska, contest with 100-plus yards and a score against Purdue, Michigan State, and Rutgers, a 43% dominator with excellent peripherals. He has a 13 ADOT, a 94% catch rate. Yards after the catch more than doubles to 379, 162 of those come after contact. Evaded 18 tackles, scores 10 touchdowns. Obviously, our numbers on some of these things are a little bit different with the different sources, but Blair in his article on it talked about the 3.2 yards per route run and the 2.9 yards per team attempt, keep him relevant despite running a 4.6 40 at 204. That was the thing that was pretty nerve-wracking. Now, he does have a 70th percentile explosion, which isn't, 95%, but it shows to the athleticism not being non-existent. He looks like a rich man's Jacoby Myers. When you look at the prospect profiles, Myers is one of the guys who comes up as an athletic comp. Puka comes up as an athletic comp. If you want to talk about someone completely out of nowhere, I mentioned that the run after contact with Bryant was kind of interesting. Obviously, that's what Puka has done so incredibly well. And I just threw this in kind of jokingly. We know that Puka had this off-the-chart max speed in the gauntlet, which, again, is not something that is part of actual football. Bryant was one of the receivers who was much faster relative to the receiver group in the gauntlet than in the 40. So if you want to pull in things that are completely irrelevant, that gauntlet drill looks very good for him. No, I mean, this is a guy where, it's a long shot, but this is fun.
If you want to pull in things that are completely irrelevant, because I want to get excited. I love that. I was just making a whole case about, strength of schedule and those things for a couple different prospects, for Kyle Williams, for Fannin, and how, even though he was at Bowling Green, he played some good teams. But yeah, Illinois is a Big Ten school. He played a Big Ten schedule. He had 100-yard games against Purdue, Michigan State. Rutgers was his biggest game. His other 100-yard game was against Central Michigan, non-conference. Shut down against a couple of the better teams. Penn State, Michigan, Oregon went under 40 yards in all those games. But, I mean, not playing walkovers, right? And you mentioned the dominating stuff. I asked about if there was more to this profile with 984 yards, but Illinois wasn't a very good passing offense, obviously. That's why we look at stats like dominator rating, right? And there is an adjustment there for the fact that they only threw for 2,746 yards. So not even a particularly close to a 3,000 passing yard season, and not even over 3,000, which would be definitely the lower end. He clearly led the team in receiving yardage. That's where you get the massive dominant rating, but just to put a number on it, by 330 yards over the next best guy. And then him and the other guy were the only two over 300 for the whole season. 290. Their third highest receiver was at 294 yards. So he had a 984 yard season in an offense where two dudes had more than 300 receiving yards. He had 10 receiving touchdowns. The entire team threw 22 passing TDs for the season. So anyway, definitely an interesting dude there. Way more interesting than his name. I'm telling you right now, Sean, the name Pat Bryant is, I mean, that's a Josh Reynolds, Tim Patrick name. Like, that is a I don't care about you name, but you're telling me that I should care. You're telling me that I should care. Now, here's the issue. He goes to Sean Payton, and you told me I should care about Marvin Mims, and you told me I should care about Troy Franklin, and this is where intriguing wide receiver prospects go to die. You weren't the only one. I wanted to care about those guys too, but the exciting wide receiver prospects that have gone and died in Denver the last couple of years give me pause. Those guys had better profiles than Pat Bryant. Exciting profiles, and they can't even like.
You don't think now that they've stacked all these guys together that we're going to start to see it like and I've drafted him a couple times, Bo Nix, that is, in best ball because he's an ADP value. And I'm looking at him there. It's like last year, it seemed like people thought that he should have gone completely undrafted, much less go in the first round. And now his best ball ADP is pretty frothy. But then I, get myself pulled into taking him by getting a couple of pick value on a player that I liked in the past. I mean, is this going to turn? We now have Pat Bryant and we have RJ Harvey. Is Bo Nix now, pushing on that top 6 or 7 QB ranking?
Sure.
None of those guys should be on an NFL team.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Bo Nix is definitely the way to play it. He's got a lot of players that we actually think are good players, but Sean Payton's not going to let any of them run 90% of the routes in a game, or even 80, or even probably 65, because he loves to do this crap where like everyone runs 57% of the routes other than Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton runs 89%, and then everyone else on the team is like, just like, rotational and different packages and all this other stuff. And so anyway.
Then you can't be considered the Joker if you actually play. He just wants to give that label to everyone on the team.
Yeah, everyone's a Joker. So Evan Ingram might run some routes. They brought him in and they were all excited. But yeah, I mean, it's just not going to be fun enough for the individual receivers. I do worry. I do believe that's going to be a problem. But Bo Nix is the beneficiary, right? He's the guy that gets to throw to all of these talented receivers who are fresh, who are coming in for specifically designed routes or plays or packages to utilize their skill sets and all of this meticulous, rotational planning that Sean Payton does all just goes back onto the quarterback's numbers. And Bo Nix was very good last year. Drew Brees was a fun fantasy quarterback for most of his career, and he didn't have the mobility of Bo Nix. If this offense gets going a little bit, this pass offense, and Nix has the accuracy, right? That was the thing that Drew Brees always had. He would have the consistent 70% completions. He broke the NFL record for completion percentage in a season and then broke his own record, then broke it again, I'm pretty sure. As the whole league was rising in completion percentage, Brees was pacing that. Bo Nix is that type of player. He broke the collegiate record for completion percentage. And so anyway, can Bo Nix be ranked that high? I mean, I was kind of sarcastically saying, sure, if you say so, but I mean, I don't want to draft him as QB5 and QB6. I mean, come on. He went to Oregon. Let's be real here.
Let's move him back down the rankings to where you can get a little bit of excess value there. But I do think it's interesting because I do think Io Manor and Jalen Royals should have gone at this point based on some of the players we're having come off the board.
So Jalen Noel does go here to the Texans, who took his college teammate in the second round. They both played at Iowa State. Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, they have run routes opposite each other before. And now they will run routes, presumably at times, opposite each other I just got an ad clicked on an ad. At the NFL level, Higgins and Noel both go to the Texans. They also brought in Christian Kirk, who's presumably going to be their slot. Noel, kind of a slot-only type. And Kirk is presumably going to handle that in the short term. So when they took Higgins, I was like, all right, that makes sense. Him and Collins are sort of your outside receivers, and Kirk is in the slot. Now I'm kind of like, they've had so many wide receiver injuries the last couple of years that they're just trying to build in a redundancy here big time. Is Higgins just viewed as the Nico Collins backup, and is Noel just viewed as a Christian Kirk backup? Like, is that where we're at? Like, they need redundancies across the board. Kirk's contract, for the record, it's a 5-year deal with 4 void years. It's basically just 2025. He's going to get paid, and then it's all void years after that. Seems like he's going to be a one and done. Maybe Noel can be the slot starting in 2026, but I wouldn't expect him to run a ton of routes in 2025 as the second receiver taken on a team that already has Kirk and Collins. And then Tank Dell's back in 2026, presumably, and maybe even late in 2025. Doesn't this start to feel like a tough landing spot?
Yeah, it's certainly not perfect. I do think that you're kind of pushing some of those other guys potentially out. Anytime that you have a new young player come in, that's going to be the guy who has a shot at it. And it's interesting because when I was writing him up, I actually compared him to Dell and noted that the only big concern I have with Noel is that for someone who is just a freak athlete, and Ben, I think that this is one of the clearest things when you watch these guys play. Like, this dude is absolutely electric. He comes in then with the sub 4.40. He's got the 98th percentile explosion score because he's above 95% in both the broad and the vert. But he didn't evade a lot of tackles. The guys that I thought were somewhat similar in the sort of sub 200-pound range, and Noel's not necessarily that small. I mean, at 194 pounds, you could look at him as a mid-sized type of receiver. But Tank Dell, Josh Downs, Zay Flowers, all of these guys forced at least 10 missed tackles in each of their final 2 collegiate seasons. Noel has only 12 of those. So again, these are the ones where you got a guy set up to make the tackle on you and you make him miss completely. Only 12 of those the last 3 years combined. Now, some of that may kind of work back to being a vertical slot. His slot ADOT jumped from 8.6 to 13.4 from 2023 to 2024. So, some of that you can look at as being a little bit of a potential cheat code, but I do like the fact that, you mentioned him as being a slot guy, 66% slot last year. He's a vertical player, which I think to my mind, is hard to spin as being necessarily bad, especially when we're trying to threaten defenses. You think about how successful CJ Stroud was in these cases where Tank Dell was completely healthy, right? And you have that athleticism and Stroud's big arm challenging. So I think if defenses are having to account for Nico Collins, you're having to account for his collegiate teammate there in Higgins, and you have him going over the top. He also had very, very good. So I mentioned the evasion numbers were concerning, but the catch rate on these on-target vertical throws was extremely high. So anytime that you are able to get deep, you have freak athleticism and you can make the catch. Some of the guys who are probably going to come later and really blew up the combine, then you look at it and it's like the catch rate was terrible for those guys. Not the case here for Noel. I guess I would mostly be thinking about the Texans from the perspective of Kirk and even Dell are now Not that they're eliminated, because Noel would still have to hit. You're talking about a draft range where you could easily miss. I mean, if he were drafted in round 1, you could easily miss on him, right? But I think you have to now think that he's the guy who has the inside track to emerging as the third part of this offense. And the numbers with him and Higgins, even though they were asked to do different things, very, very similar, it's certainly not impossible he could be the number 2 in this offense.
I like that. Yeah, I like this take from Van Gogh just being back in, or Von Gogh, being back in on Stroud, buying low this year. We talked about that on the stream recently. Steelers taking Caleb Johnson per Jordan Schultz. So there's another intriguing landing spot. You seem to be a little bit lower on Johnson than some in the industry. But I think still certainly like him, right? A bigger back, has some production, has a size speed combination. Definitely could be an intriguing player. He's going to be joining Jaylen Warren now, so that'll be very interesting. I liked this note here, Rupesh, that we were maybe 2 picks away from the Steelers taking Shadur or Milroe right before you tipped us to that Caleb Johnson pick. It would have been interesting to see Milroe or Shadur go there. The fact that that they're sliding, the Steelers are still not interested, does seem to suggest that Aaron Rodgers thing is going to happen, right?
I wouldn't bank on anything with Aaron Rodgers. It does, and these are just reports. This is not anything that we were obviously in the room on. We talked about with Sanders this issue of the weak arm and all of the sacks, and that those two things combined are probably not great for your NFL projection, certainly your NFL ceiling. A lot of the reports out about him as well were that his interviews were catastrophic, and that probably hurts you more at the QB position than non-leadership positions on a team. I thought that he would fall. I had him below Dart coming into the draft. We had him below Dart in our volume 2 of the RotoViz rookie guide. This is still a little bit surprising when you think about teams potentially taking a lottery pick, and if he doesn't work out, he doesn't work out. But again, it kind of comes back to, if there is a lot else that comes with Sanders, maybe that causes problems for your team and isn't something you want in a day 2 pick, unless you plan to make him the guy. Ben, you mentioned the player who actually did go here, and it's interesting on Caleb Johnson because he's someone where, the 4.57, 40, 224 pounds, all of these things, I think, with him wouldn't look as concerning in different drafts. Like in the Josh Jacobs draft, you probably are looking at him as the top running back in the group. I think that when you look at the production from last season, where you're at almost 6.5 yards per attempt, you're at almost 4 yards after contact, you have a 25% evasion rate. It's on a lot of volume. You have 21 touchdowns. You have 36 broken tackles. You have 71 first downs. You not only catch passes, but you have a fantastic receiver rating, right? You were extremely efficient as a receiver. You have huge after contact numbers as a receiver. These are the types of the back that I compared him to. And for a lot of people, this will be ancient history, but Larry Johnson was the guy we think about, early 2000s.
There you go.
Kansas City Chiefs. Certainly if you got, now to accomplish Larry Johnson's numbers, you would need that Dick Vermeil-esque type of offense. But the Steelers, I think, are both good and bad for running backs in that they want to run. You probably have that higher floor. Sometimes wanting to run, though, hurts you from that efficiency perspective. They've got the receivers. Obviously, the quarterback thing is the big question. I think this is a good compliment to Jaylen Warren. I would have liked, for Warren's sake, to have someone who doesn't project as such a good 3-down back to where you could lose a ton of work here. It probably still, with 2 clear-cut starting caliber players, you don't love it for either one of them unless this offense just becomes much more high-powered than you would expect.
Casey in the chat said, "Is this a non-spoiler show? You can spoil away. We're just trying to figure out who's going where." Shawn, while you were talking there, because we're at pick 85, I built a little silly thing here and gave it a headline and everything. 2025 day 2 live stream, Superflex, tight end premium, rookie mock. We're winding down round 3. It is that time. Is there a possibility Shedeur doesn't get drafted at all? I don't believe so. I would actually strongly suspect that he still goes here in the 3rd round. We have 17 picks. It would surprise me, I think, if he fell all the way out of the 3rd round. I think at this point, inside some of these buildings where there is some interest in him or would have been some interest in him, there's probably a little bit of a feeling that this is a price that's getting to be pretty exciting. I am scrolling through, and the Giants don't have another pick this round. I mean, they obviously traded back into the 1st to take Jackson Dart. The Colts don't. That was a team that I had heard maybe they should add another swing at quarterback. The Browns do at 94. They could be an option. The Seahawks do at 92. They could be an option, obviously, to pair with Sam Darnold. The Saints do at 93. They could feasibly take another quarterback. I mean, some of the teams that need a quarterback have already taken a quarterback, right? So that's a little bit problematic. The Raiders have 2 picks towards the end of round 3, potentially come on in Vegas behind Geno Smith.
And that was one of the dots that was kind of being connected, is that they could take that swing in the Cousins-Penix type of way. But certainly at this point, with far less risk on Sanders than what the Falcons had, where they made a pretty strong statement, obviously, about Penix.
Yeah. So, Shawn, you want to we can just go back and forth. We could let the chat have a couple picks here at times. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we let the chat do anything. This is our rookie mock here. Do you want to do the honors at the 101 or
you go ahead? You go ahead. I'm afraid I'll take McMillan at 101 if you give me the chance.
Yeah. You're gonna take you've already made it clear that you're gonna be taking who you're gonna be taking at 102. So I guess I'm gonna have the real tricky call at 103. But at 101, Ashton GT, who are you taking? 102.
I'm going to take Arizona superstar Ted McMillan.
And by the way, 2 cornerbacks went after Caleb Johnson. One of them was from your Kansas City Chiefs. They took a cornerback. So again, they continue to take premium positions that are not fun.
If you've got Kareem Hunt and Elijah Mitchell, then you certainly don't need to splurge at the running back position. Then who do you got there at 103?
I'm going to take Travis Hunter at 103. Mostly because I think you could make a case for Omarion Hampton, but I'm, I guess, a little bit skeptical of Omarion Hampton, as we've talked about. And I do think Hunter don't let Chad pick where you're responsible. Probably mostly I think that's pretty good. I think Hunter is obviously he's a really exciting player, and yeah, I have no issues taking him at 103. So where are you going at 104?
The players that I've had right next to each other as sort of a coin flip there at the 103, 104 have been Hampton and Henderson. I've been sort of mulling Henderson throughout the show. We didn't talk about him at length. I do think this combination of an above average leader as a head coach
The chat's cracking me up in their reply to this comment. We got some but they're having fun. Anyway, sorry. What was your thought about Travion?
I mean, this is the Jahmyr Gibbs player, and you're going to get him into a spot where you have a head coach who's competent and committed to the run. You have a QB who could make the jump to superstardom this year. So you're locked into a team situation where you have a lot of volume and you have your quarterback delivering you down to the goal line, and you're just going to be a receiving star. I think it has to be Henderson. I'm going Henderson 104.
Travion Henderson at 104. My giant font already becoming an issue. I'm spelling these names right so far, right? Oh, God. Now his last name's the issue? All right. Well, I'm going to take Omarion Hampton. You just made my life easy. Yeah, you get the 106. I like when you make my pick easy, and then we all get to hear your reasoning for a fun pick.
Well, we spent a lot of time with QBs being a little bit overvalued and super flex, but I do think that Cam Ward showed out in a variety of offenses. Clear-cut 101, super high floor. You have a chance for him to be the next kind of Stroud, Herbert type of player. In this format, probably can't pass on him right here.
Yeah, and I think the chat feels like we should have been even higher on him, or maybe some in the chat. Steph said got to be Cam and Superflex a little bit ago. I think this is the point where we always say quarterbacks in fantasy football, you take them when things get a little flat. It's not, in my opinion, and I'm kind of speaking for you as well, but certainly in the picks that I made prior to this, it's not being down on Cam Ward to let him fall, quote unquote, to here. It's thinking that these picks ahead of him are very special players. And it depends on the dynasty format. We play on FFPC in the Triflex format where you can flex and start a lot of skill position players, and you want to have a lot of depth of dynamic, game-breaking non-quarterbacks, even in Superflex. Now, if you're in a really thin league that only plays 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and 1 flex and has a super flex, yeah, quarterbacks are super important in that format all of a sudden. Like, you're only starting 5 non-quarterbacks. Like, okay, cool. Like, you probably move up Cam Ward. But the swings here ahead of him are really strong profiles. It's not knocking Cam Ward to take a non-quarterback and go to go this high there. The only other pick I have, I'm still looking over at the ESPN board, guys. I'll just be telling you about it, but only other pick I have there is the Chargers took a defensive tackle. We have not had another offensive player. It puts me on the clock here at 107. I don't like that. I think it's a tight end, but I don't know enough about the tight ends, if I'm being honest. So I'm going to take Quinshon Judkins here, whose situation I think did get a little better with the early second-round draft capital to the Browns. I think he's a very legit 107 here.
Yeah, the Judkins situation is fantastic. He's the guy I was considering with the Ward pick. I did select Ward a couple slots higher in a draft the other day where I had, really made a mess of my QB position. I do think you can do that if you find yourself drafting for need. Ideally, you've put your team together in a way where you're taking best player available. And I do think that the first time that Ward is the best player available is the 106. For me, it's not that close. So that doesn't mean that it won't be an incorrect take later on. I think that what we saw with the situation for RJ Harvey makes him the next guy.
RJ Harvey as the 108 here. I was wondering where you might go there. That's a bold one. Shawn, you mentioned Savion Williams a minute ago. He did just go, and he went to the Green Bay Packers. Now, is he interesting enough that we can just immediately take him over Matthew Golden? What do you have to say about Savion Williams, who, as a 5-year guy, I mean, really didn't run a lot of routes throughout his whole college career, struggled to earn volume on the routes he did run until this past season, where he did have a pretty significant targets per out run rate, but a really huge dip in his ADOT. It was way down to 6.6. Had previously been above average, like a deep threat type of thing. What's the deal with this guy? He's been used a lot of different ways, not even run a ton of routes. What can you tell me?
Ben, I mean, Savion carried 51 times, 6.3 yards per attempt, 39% evasion rate, 6 touchdowns, including 4 on 6 attempts from the 5-yard line. And this is your Cordero Patterson. He needs to be used like that right away, as opposed to wasting most of his career.
Oh, I like that. He's 6'5", though. That's crazy. I mean, like Cordero Patterson, I guess is probably pretty big too. But I mean, 6'5" wide receiver is pretty tall to be getting 51 carries. But that's incredible. 6 rushing TDs and 6 receiving TDs last year. All right. That's their like new. They just got Jaden Reed's replacement.
Wonderful.
Oh man. All right, I'm gonna take Colson Loveland, and I honestly don't. I have not looked at these guys a ton. I've kind of just acted like the tight ends are not that interesting to me. But what I understand is his raw production wasn't great, but that's because the Michigan pass offense cratered in his final season. And when we look at it from stuff like market share and dominator rating, it does look a little bit better and, applies some reasonable context. But yeah, there's just not a ton of raw production over the course of his collegiate career. He goes to the Bears. There's a little bit of a logjam there. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like thrilled about taking him here. I just feel like at a certain point, we're calling this tight end premium. He probably does need to go.
He probably does. It's tricky. I mean, yeah, my thoughts on him are all over the place. I would have liked to see more with the ball in his hands. Now, before the catch, he was an absolute superstar. You have, again, kind of the rookie year team context potential problems, but obviously in what you could argue is a similar situation, although lots of differences, that Sam Laporta got off to a pretty fast start. If you get Sam Laporta at that price, you would be very, very happy. Ben, I'm going to take Jaden Higgins.
You are going wide receiver 3, Jaden Higgins, ahead of multiple first-round wide receivers. I guess I'm just going to take Tyler Warren here because, again, I mean, the tight ends are the same thing to me. Tyler Warren's production was actually a little bit more pronounced in his final season, 1,200 receiving yards. I don't like the landing spot with the Colts. He's a 14th overall pick. It's tight end premium. It's pick 11 in the first round. Again, I kind of feel like these tight ends got to go in the end, towards the end. We've pushed them down a little bit, but towards the end of the first round here, if I had a lot of in dynasty depends on need, but if I had a need at tight end, especially in a tight end premium, I would take a swing on even a bad landing spot and even some, I think, minor concerns. The profile isn't elite. There's some people that, they're looking at Brock Bowers last year and they started evoking Brock Bowers' name. These guys are not that, right?
No, they're not. And I wonder if the success of these guys recently is perhaps going to inflate the way that Loveland and Warren are looked at, even though they're not the same kind of guy. And then if you fall into a bad landing spot, it's even more troubling. Then in addition to that, I do wonder if the confidence that we saw in these guys on day 2. Now, we've had some recent drafts where there were a lot of tight ends drafted on day 2, but guys who were just very clearly not good. And so that's a different type of dynamic. But we might almost have, a vaguely similar situation at tight end to the one that we have at running back. How you want to handle that in your draft tactically in this back third of round 1 is going to probably be determined a little bit on your overall philosophy on tight ends and tight end premium and dynasty, but then also maybe need, right? And that's going to happen a little bit more with the, quote, onesie-ish positions, even though in Superflex and with a lot of flexes, that's not necessarily true. Then I think the landing spot for Luther Burden cut both ways, but I think they're going to be able to get him the ball in a way that maybe other teams wouldn't. I'm going to try and get my receiver there because it can get rough after that.
You're taking Burden at 112. I'm going to take Jackson Dart at 201 because it's super flex, and we do actually kind of like the landing spot. And at this point, we've kind of let him fall far enough. So I'll continue to take the onesie positions and let you have the fun running backs and receivers that you're enjoying drafting.
Well, I was really hoping that you would give me the QB there. I would probably take him ahead of the tight ends, but
yeah,
it is a controversial one. Very, very low floor there as well.
I didn't think about the super flex element as I took those tight ends. And that's why I took them so quick there. I was like, yeah, I felt like the tight ends needed to go at this point, I was saying, which is never a fun way to pick. But I feel like Jackson Dart probably actually makes more sense. Anyway, this is sort of a tier here, wrapping around the end of the first into the second round for sure.
So then these next two guys, they're so even though they're so different. I'm going to go ahead and take Emeka Egbuka.
Well, that's the guy I was going to take, and so now I don't know. I'm very curious you say the next two guys are so even though they're so different. I'm quite curious who. Oh, Matthew Golden is the other guy. And I guess at this point, he's a first-round wide receiver, and he probably does need to go. Although, I'm not going to take Matthew Golden. I changed my pick after I already made it, and I'm going to take Caleb Johnson at this point. I would not take Matthew Golden over Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson landing in Pittsburgh there is, I think, pretty interesting.
I'm going to take Golden.
You're going to go Golden at 204. Suppose that makes sense. We have some players that start to get into the discussion who haven't even landed anywhere yet. I got to remember who else been drafted. Oh, you know what? I mean, like some of the other QBs, like Jalen Milroe could still, if he goes pretty quick, could still definitely be in the discussion in this range. I'm gonna. There's a few really good directions to go here. I'm really curious where you're going to go after I make this pick, even though I don't know what pick I'm going to make. I'm going to probably go draft capital on it a little bit. But there's a couple pretty fun tight ends. There's a couple wide receivers. We've done already all the running backs who have been drafted, but certainly if another running back were to go here on day 2, they would be in this discussion. Latest news from Adam Schefter. As the NFL draft enters the third round, Shedeur Sanders remains undrafted and on the board. Okay. That's a good update. I'm gonna take Harold Fannin. It's probably a little early for him, but I don't care. I'm gonna take him.
Well, I have 4 running backs that I think should probably go in this range, even though they haven't been drafted. And that's kind of despite the fact that you knew that they might not be drafted, but also when you think about sort of your pre-draft rankings, one of the reasons they would be either in or above this range is because they all had a shot to kind of be the Harvey who moved up all the way into round 1. So because of that, and because of the uncertainty, and because the great landing spot for Trey Harris that really moves him up, that's who I'm going to go ahead and grab here.
That was the other one that I almost pulled the trigger on, was Harris. And I think Harris should have went ahead of Fannin, and I think I was wrong to not do that. The other guy, the other issue with taking Fannin where I did is 3 other tight ends went ahead of him in round 2. Terrence Ferguson had a good landing spot that we were excited about. I'm going to take him next there at 207. Now, I agree with you that some of these running backs should be in consideration, as well as, again, some of the other quarterbacks, but until they're actually picked, it's a little tricky because we don't necessarily know how far they might fall. They could be 6th-round picks or something, So I'm going to take guys that have some pretty good draft capital here. Point being, this could change. Some of these opinions could change relatively quickly. We don't even necessarily need to do the 3rd round. I just threw it on here. I wasn't sure if we'd get there. I do think Harris probably goes ahead of Fannin. I think maybe even Ferguson goes ahead of Fannin, but these were the 3 names that I was strongly debating 2 picks ago.
Yeah, all those guys make sense. I've got to reach outside the players who've been drafted. I'm going to take Tootin here.
Bashaw Tootin, who looks like a really fun player. Kind of a bummer that he hasn't gone yet. But a little undersized, just extremely athletic, right? You called him a supercharged version of Jamal Charles, who's your favorite comp because he's your favorite receiver of all time, but or running back of all time. But what's the deal with Tootin? Let's talk about Tootin a little bit.
Yeah, so you get this 99th percentile athletic profile, but you also get really, really strong peripherals, right? You have the 3.7 yards after contact with a 29% evasion rate in 2023. It jumps up to 3.8 and 34% in 2024. Those are pretty crazy numbers for especially a back who is going to be mostly thought of as a speed back because he's not huge and because he's got fantastic speed. You have a player who in the points above average per attempt was the number 1 guy in this entire class, which obviously is an elite class. So again, you have great peripherals to go through. Now, I'm not saying that points above average per attempt is something that you should look at and say, oh, he's better than these other guys. It's an EPA adjusted on charting type of stat, but it is something that I think reinforces all of these other elements. Blair has all the great work on running back dominator rating. I believe he was the number 1 guy in RBDR this last year. There's just a lot here. And even in a deep class, I do think there are teams that could benefit from grabbing him at a juncture where, and there's still lots of good guys, but you think about even round 2 and how valuable some of the picks are in round 2. Every time a team that's a fun reality team passed on a running back where it would have helped them and been fun for fantasy, we kind of regretted that, and yet it made sense. Whereas I think the 3rd round here for a few of these guys who are so dynamic, that would be the point where maybe you would actually go and get your guy even knowing how deep the class is. I think that some of the teams may end up regretting that move.
I was going to make this pick before chat just went nuts. I'm not kidding you. I was going to take Jalen Milroe and say that because you've got me on this profile that he's maybe not the most accurate quarterback, but not disqualifyingly inaccurate. And he's probably a better runner than people realize. He's going to play up in fantasy. It's been really reminiscent to me of when everybody was in on Jalen Hurts as a second-round super flex quarterback option in coming into his rookie year, but he was behind Carson Wentz. Because the profile would play up when he finally, because he's a good enough runner, right? Well, when he finally got an opportunity to play a little bit, it was going to be really good for fantasy, like potentially elite QB scoring. I'm not saying that Jalen Milroe is even a great comp for Hurts, or that Hurts is a great comp for Milroe, or that he has a type of scoring ceiling that that Hurts has. But when you talk about a player that I would expect it to go relatively soon here, in either in round 3 or in round 4, is probably going to get some opportunity to play at some point. You know, that Schuff guy or whatever went 40th overall early in the second round. That's not a profile that looks like it's going to be really exciting for fantasy. Milroe's is. And so it's what do you get when you're right? What do you get in terms of upside when it actually hits, when he actually plays? Now that he lands in Seattle, it probably needs to move up several picks, actually, because Sam Darnold's not very good. And there's the potential for Milroe to actually play this year now as a third-round draft capital guy. I mean, this could be the Russell Wilson pick.
That's the one I was thinking.
After the Matt
combination,
Flynn.
The comp to both Hurts and then also to Russell Wilson. Both of those things you said, I think, are just perfectly on point for the pick as you were describing.
Yeah, you get Sam Darnold as the Matt Flynn of that offseason, Russell Wilson a round 3 Seahawks pick. Will there be echoes of that this year? I think Seahawks fans have to be excited. I've been down on a lot of what the Seahawks have done this offseason. This is a really exciting pick that they actually went in the third round and got a QB. And now there's some real competition to the Sam Darnold experiment. That changes my opinion a little bit. That makes me a little bit more excited about the direction of where things could go. But yeah, Milroe, I think now, I mean, I think I would take him at 205 for sure. Maybe even 203 where I took Caleb Johnson. He starts to become pretty intriguing here.
Yeah, you're talking about how much initial production do you want to sacrifice when you're thinking about Caleb Johnson and what he likely gives you. But that's about where I was looking at it as well. I mean, the Seahawks have made a decent investment there in Darnold, but similar to those other teams you mentioned, when you see a huge gap right away, these teams want to win, right? And so, especially where they have picked Milroe, they have that opportunity. Milroe has all of these accuracy concerns that people talk about, but I mentioned the scheme-adjusted numbers and the scheme-adjusted, say, IQR, which is also a charting QB rating, and it was 4th among that legitimate group this season, but it was actually in 2023 up close to the number that Ward put up this year, which part of what that's telling you is that Milroe is not just a playmaker with the legs, but he's a playmaker with the arm where it can bounce around some. But you're talking about being able to make some of those vertical passes, have a high TD rate. Those are things that we talk about as being very valuable in the reality NFL as well right now. And when you're thinking about how do you create one of these offenses that scores at will, puts up a lot of points, but also tends to have a really high success rate from a drive perspective, you would need him to hit. You would need him to end up being the good version of that as opposed to the bad version of it. But I mean, there's that possibility there. And I mean, the fantasy upside for his rushing is crazy. I think probably even significantly better than the fantasy upside was for Anthony Richardson as a rusher. And so again, you work through some of the different elements there. It's a really fun risk reward pick.
People get really excited about Richardson because of how athletic he is. But remember that whenever we talked about him dating back to his rookie season, Sean, you've always said his rushing production wasn't always that. He didn't use the athleticism to rush a ton in college. And he's been good at the NFL level as a rusher at times, but not massively. You're saying Milroe, potentially even better than that. That is exciting. You talked about him as the Richardson type of bet, but one that you're actually able to make because he's not as disqualifyingly inaccurate, essentially, as a thrower, but also potentially a better runner, you just said. So that's a really exciting note Where would you go next year at 210? I think once you went Tootin, I was thinking these guys that hadn't been drafted yet. I had decided on Milroe, but my other options were also going to be some of the non-drafted ones yet. What are you going back there, or are you going to one of these receivers, or maybe one of the other tight ends that's already been picked?
I'm going to do a little bit of going out on a ledge and just take my guy, DJ Giddens here.
Okay. I didn't think you'd fall too much further. You're a big-time DJ Giddens guy. I'm going to take the Arizona State stud, Cam. You always say Scataboo. Is that confirmed? Should I be calling him Scataboo?
I believe that is the correct pronunciation there. But I'm going to go with Jalen Knoll as the 212.
That was my wide receiver. So then if I was going to go receiver, I think then I'm going to go Kyle Williams, because I don't think he's probably very good, but at 301, I do think the landing spot, the available opportunity, Drake May, not really believing in Jalen Polk long-term and those things. I mean, it's a pretty much any wide receiver going with the 5th pick in the 3rd round to the Patriots would have been somewhat intriguing. And Kyle Williams got the luxury of that.
I think we're now, at least for me, we're now almost entirely into guys who haven't gone, which isn't to say that, it's not valuable to the players who have been drafted. I do think that Dylan Sampson is the next player off here. I think that a lot of these running backs we're now talking about, they're falling because you want to hit the last guy in the tier, not because these profiles are not really, really good.
Yeah, and I don't think we should do the 3rd round for the reasons you just said. Because our opinions would just change as soon as they actually got drafted. And we don't know how far they're going to fall, where they're going to land, et cetera, at this point. So we would just be ranking them basically how they already were. But yeah, that was, I kind of wanted to get through, make sure we got through all the guys that were drafted and some of the guys that haven't gone yet, even though they've slid a little, where we would slot them. These running backs here, these 4, Tootin, Giddens, Scataboo, and Sampson, are sort of the last of a group there as well. Like when I'm looking at your pre-draft tiers, there's a tier break after those guys go. At the top of the next tier is you have Brashard Smith, who's a guy I think you're meaningfully ahead of market on. Jalen Royals you had in that next tier, as well as a guy you mentioned you would have thought would have gone on day 2 and hasn't gone yet. Kind of a bummer there. You were hoping he would go here in round 3. We have not seen A.O. Manor, or however you pronounce that. I've struggled to pronounce that one. Jalen Knoll did go. You had him in that group prior. But yeah, we start to run into an exercise of just where did you have guys ranked pre-draft.
But then if you're going to stop it, which I do think makes sense, I do want a bonus pick, and I'm going to take my guy Pat Bryant as well.
I was going to ask what happened to Pat Bryant, because I was going to go next is to ask you if any of the tight ends. I'm the only one who drafted a tight end at any point in this. You never took a tight end.
Because you took them all super early.
I took them all too early, apparently.
Not early. You took them all at the right spot, but blocked me.
So I took Loveland Warren. I took Fannin ahead of Ferguson and took Ferguson. Neither of us took Mason Taylor or Elijah Arroyo. I was going to ask you where you think those guys slot in and whether you thought the prices on Fannin and Ferguson made sense or were a little rich.
Well, I think that that's probably where they should go. My hope would be, having accumulated a ton of late second and then a ton of 3rd round picks, as we talk about all the time with perpetual reloading and being a tight end fan, is I think that these running backs are going to push them down once they go. I think that guys like Knoll and Williams are going to push them down. The skepticism around Fannin, even though he does go at a fine draft slot, the fact that a number of teams passed on him at that position will hopefully push him down. I really hope that Ferguson stays somewhat buried, because he's somebody that I'd like to get on virtually every team, but it won't be possible if he goes in that range, because I do want running backs in that range.
Yeah. That's a little high for those two.
I mean, I think that makes sense. I think Ferguson's going to go in round 3. I think Arroyo is going to go in round 3. But I just think that because those guys are interesting enough in a variety of ways, I do think we're going to have a lot of round 3 tight ends, but probably 304, 305. The other thing is we didn't take Sanders, and he probably also will push those guys down.
So we have not had many picks as we started to do this exercise. It's been kind of convenient. I'm going to switch back over to presenting the picks on the screen here. We started doing this like right around the Caleb Johnson pick, right after we got to pick 80. Savion Williams went off a few picks later. Several more picks went off, and then Jalen Milroe finally went. The pick that just went, Sean, was Dylan Gabriel goes to the Browns. We talked about that, all this talk about scheme fit with the Browns. They were possibly going to take Shedeur Sanders with the first pick of the second round today, or the fourth pick of the second round today. They get well into the third round, and they take a quarterback, and they prefer Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon. A lot of people think he's a very accurate passer, did well at Oregon after playing at Oklahoma. But a lot of people think is basically physically limited. He's 5'11". He doesn't have huge arm strength, very accurate again, but a short, kind of soft throwing, but accurate anticipatory passer. Some mobility, I think, from what I understand. Maybe a little more arm strength than I'm giving him credit for. But what's happening with Shedeur Sanders? This is wild.
Yeah, I mean, again, it seems like it may be those interviews. But when you're talking about weaker armed players, you want the guys who are the best. Now, Gabriel was in college for a long time. We gave the Louisville QB a really hard time about that. We can't completely do an about face here. But the thing that is different is that Gabriel was a superstar, right? Now, purely from a production perspective, you mentioned that he's small and has a weak arm. Those things don't necessarily play in the NFL. The name that just popped to mind for me was Kellen Moore, for example.
Yeah,
obviously.
Lefty, yeah.
So you have that, but at the same time, I keep talking about this scheme-adjusted IQR. I mean, Gabriel crushes the rest of these guys for 2024, including Cam Ward, right? So when you're talking about the actual production, this is a guy who was in college for a long time, played at a lot of different teams, played well for a lot of different teams. I mean, he was fantastic for UCF back in 2019. He was awesome for Oklahoma in 2023. He then goes and at Oregon puts up very similar numbers to Bo Nix. And so, I mean, there are some athletic things about Nix that are far superior, which is obviously why you have some of these differences in perception. But I mean, one of the things I was a little bit surprised about, except for, again, just these athletic differences, is that the success of Nix didn't actually pull up Gabriel from a perception standpoint a little bit, just seeing how this whole idea of this stuff being all fake production was like vaguely disproven, right?
Yeah.
And so you look
Oregon's
at it from that perspective.
Or I mean, Oregon's very talented and everything, but they're also just getting the good quarterbacks to transfer there as part of it as well. Like Bo Nix went on to be good. Dylan Gabriel was the gem of the transfer market last offseason. I know this because the Huskies were also, presumably looking to add a quarterback. And the Ducks are their rivals, and they got Dylan Gabriel, and everyone up here was like, man, the Ducks got Dylan Gabriel. Like, he was the guy that was every team that had a need at quarterback that was looking in the transfer portal wanted him. He's at least going to be a good college quarterback for the reasons you're saying. He was very good at UCF and then again at Oklahoma. And then he goes to Oregon, and his bio here says he broke the all-time FBS record for starts and total touchdowns. I mean, those are good things. There's a lot of experience there. We made fun of Shuck or whatever his name is, Tyler Shuck, but he did nothing for 6 seasons across 2 different schools, and then finally played in his 7th season and still didn't really do anything. That's not this. This is a guy who played at 3 different schools and was productive at all of them and showed the. So when scouts start talking about, well, it's maybe a positive for this Tyler Shuck guy that he played in different schemes and got all this experience. I want a guy like this. If you're going to make that case, I want a guy who played in a bunch of different schemes and was legit in all of them, was putting up numbers in all of them. I mean, that's a good player probably. Now, the physical limitations, they might be a legitimate thing. I do think the height stuff becomes more of a problem when you start talking about the offensive linemen are, first of all bigger, and they have like tighter splits at the NFL level. The defensive linemen are all bigger. They're all putting their hands up and batting down passes. I think there's a real legitimate
think about
issue.
That play last year that was so humorous and so frustrating, where there was a design play to get Trey McBride a touchdown, and he broke wide open. And even with all of those things being the case, Kyler Murray never saw him. And Kyler Murray never sees the vast majority of the guys. And so, I mean, it is a problem. At the same time, you do have some short QBs recently who have had, certainly some moments of success, if not also sustained success. And I mean, it's a completely different thing for a rookie going into the NFL, especially as, the 94th pick in the draft, and talking about legends who have had decades processing NFL defenses. But it's also certainly the case that as they retired, Kurt Warner and Peyton Manning could barely throw the ball across the line of scrimmage. And so this might actually be a case where Gabriel's additional time in college is like this tiny plus, as opposed to, it's almost always a negative. And then you think about, seems like a pick where if he didn't have to play right away, maybe you'd be excited about him in the future. But the other thing, Ben, here, when you're thinking about where he should go, he could play right away, right? Am I thinking about this correctly?
Sorry, Gabriel. I was reading some stuff about Gabriel could play right away.
Sure.
You got him starting for the Browns week 1.
Well, like week 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy. I'm sorry, I was just looking at some of the Shedeur discussion. I mean, in some circles there's panic, in other circles there's he was always a little overhyped, but at this point we do have to acknowledge that he's been on the board for a very long time, much longer than people expected. It's surprising, I think. I mean, he actually has like size and things that Dillon Gabriel probably doesn't. I guess I would be pretty skeptical that Gabriel can do it. I mean, even guys like Baker Mayfield, who's about 6'6'1", was considered short. Even him being able to do it, he's known for getting a lot of passes batted down at the line of scrimmage, a really high percentage of passes batted down at the line of scrimmage. Russell Wilson, another 6 foot or so that was supposed to have broken the mold, takes a ton of sacks, doesn't seem to see the field necessarily well, just waits to throw up these deep rainbows when he sees a guy downfield. Drew Brees was really the first one, 6'6'1" guy that could, put up these massive numbers. And you just remember him in the pocket, always having his chin up. Like, he developed a way to like get his eyes an extra inch or two higher to be able to see down the field. I think it's a legitimate thing. It's a difficult thing to do to play NFL quarterback at sub like 6'2". Maybe 6'1's fine. 6'0 probably, probably still fine. You start getting down to where like you're 5'11, you're like legitimately 5'11. I mean, like Kyler's too short. Like, let's just be like frank about it. You've been saying this for a long time.
And this is, I think, probably a very minor concern compared to all these things that are structural and permanent. But I guess the AFC North does not feel like the ideal division for him to play in from a weather perspective either.
Yeah, that's not great. Just straight up, that is not great. So the Raiders are on the clock here. They have back-to-back picks. This feels like it's kind of got to be the spot, right? That's part of what I'm trying to like look at here. We only have 5 more picks here in round 3. The 3 picks after this are the Niners, the Eagles, and the Vikings. I don't think I would expect Shedeur to go in any of those spots. Maybe he just falls to day 3. Maybe he falls well into day 3. I am not sure It wouldn't be the first time that a quarterback really fell. But with the Raiders having back-to-back picks here and being all along a potential landing spot for Shedeur, I mean, the Browns were as well, the other one that was really widely discussed. And the fact that they just went Dillon Gabriel is pretty alarming.
Well, you sort of assume that they were hoping he would go to give them coverage, to give them cover for that constant comparison now. They weren't really wanting to take Gabriel ahead of where Sanders went.
Right. I think that's, definitely the way to think about it and the way to put it. They would have preferred that Sanders just went, and then they could have taken their guy that they actually wanted. Hayden Winks here has a really interesting tweet that he just said. He said this Shedeur Sanders stuff is pretty straightforward. He had day 2 tape and traits, likely a career backup. Most analysts who watch this film agreed. Do you want the risk of a headache when he's the QB2 or QB3 on the team? Decision makers who have to manage the team say no. So I think that's actually a pretty strong way of putting it, that what we're seeing is the NFL agrees with a lot of the analysts that we're saying he had day 2 tape and was more of a career backup than an actual top 5 overall pick franchise quarterback. And then you start worrying about some of the off-field stuff and all the hype around him and all of that stuff if you're just looking for a backup. So now you're starting to just let him slide, basically. It's surprising to me that Dillon Gabriel goes ahead of him, even if you don't like him. Again, just the actual physical traits, it seems like a pretty aggressive decision on Dillon Gabriel to even just take him on day 2 at all, right? But especially ahead of a guy who at least has the physical like size and traits to, and then was being talked about as potentially a really high end for. I mean, he got invited to the draft. He was at the green room, Raiders just took their first pick and it was offensive tackle. So it's not. I mean, it's not like they rushed to the podium to take Sanders with their first pick, and they didn't. They took 2 offensive tackles. They did not take Shedeur Sanders.
Gotta open some space for GT there. Well, I was wondering if it seemed similar to you at all. I know in some of these pre-NFL draft rookie drafts going back several years that Malik Willis went 101 and then obviously goes into free fall. I certainly think that after Sanders fell through round 1, it was very possible he could fall through day 2. Once, and not that every single team had a pick, then I believe some teams traded out. But I mean, once the teams pass, because if you really think that a guy can be your QB, you're not going to take the risk, even if you end up overpaying. There are going to be some very, very occasional exceptions to that, but that's basically the way it works. I mean, QB is just too important. And so once they've all passed, there's definitely nothing to stop them all from passing multiple times. And then especially, as you mentioned, if teams are basically looking for a second stringer, which again, not all teams necessarily even still are.
Well, it seems like we're not going to find out where he's playing before we shut things down here today. There are only 3 picks left in the 3rd round. We are into the compensatory picks. At the end of the 3rd round, we're at pick 100. You get the 32 picks each of the first 3 rounds. You get a few compensatory picks. Obviously, 32 times 3 is only 96, but you get a few compensatories here at the 3rd. I've said compensatory too many times, but we've been on the air for over 4 hours, so I'm just going to keep saying the word compensatory. We got three picks to close out this round. It's the Niners, it's the Eagles, it's the Vikings. I'm just calling it right now, Sean. None of this is going to be fun. It's going to be a defensive end, offensive guard, and cornerback, because these teams just they like their meat and potatoes picks. That's not necessarily true, but doesn't seem like
some of what's happened here. I think, if what I'm seeing is accurate, is that Washington and Kansas City both traded out And I was never, I guess, that high on Washington as one of the best or most likely running back spots, but certainly adding an impact back to even further exaggerate the dynamism of that offense with Jaden Daniels was something that's certainly been mentioned. Obviously, Kansas City still needs probably 2 running backs if you want to have both a starter quality and a backup quality back on the team. They moved out. I mean, those are good tactics, I think, in both cases, but it does take a couple of the running back spots away from us as we get down to the end of the show here.
This went quick. I mean, we've been on here for over 4 hours, but the fact that there's only 3 picks here, I just didn't expect. I didn't expect us to be done this quickly, I guess. I don't know. We flew through this a little bit.
Are you wanting to pull a Cory Booker and go straight through all 7 rounds tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll just filibuster all night and then 24 hours. Starts at 9 a.m. Just keep going in the 4th. I mean, it's always the first year we did this, Sean, we did the day 3 also. And I mean, it always sounds fun. And you get a little bit of a ways into round 4 and you're like, okay, a couple guys win, and the other ones that are falling, like if they're falling around 5 and around 6, like they just don't matter anymore. And you're just like, punters are starting to go and stuff, and there's all these compensatory picks and all this nonsense going on, and that's just we got a trade. The Broncos just traded into the Eagles spot at pick 101. Do they take another running back?
Probably take another running back.
That would be hilarious. But yeah, I think Upton Stout. That's a good name. I don't know this guy, cornerback from Western Kentucky, but the 49ers just took a guy named Upton Stout. I'm in. I think he's probably a future Pro Bowl player on name alone. Couldn't tell you anything about him, but I was gonna say I think in the years that followed, we stopped doing the day 3 drafts.
It's interesting you mentioned that because the day 3 also seemed like it went by very fast to the point where we were like 5 hours in and people are like, we've got to like go home or, have beverages or food or whatnot. And the draft is fun, Ben. I mean,
it is fun.
This is a unique time of year.
We brought on guests. I remember that year we had Colm on, and we had I remember Dubner coming on, and I think
Dave Caban came on for a while.
Who did you say?
Dave Caban.
Yes, Dave. Dave was on. Absolutely. That was fun. That was a fun year. But the other thing, the reason I think this went so quick for me this year as well is every other year I've gotten too drunk on the ship chasing stream and then come on here and we've just sort of loosely hinted at it, but I wasn't
sure if we were allowed to say that you were making better decisions, but you're making better decisions.
I'm making better decisions with my life now. Yeah. No, I would spend 4 hours on day 2 trying not to like pass out while having a conversation with you because I got horrible sleep because I didn't take care of myself on Thursday. I get so excited about the draft that plus drinking leads to binge drinking. It's not, that's not healthy stuff, kids. Don't do it.
So do you want a mulligan? Are you grabbing Gabriel there with one of your second round picks?
No, I'm good. I think Gabriel's I think he's fun, and I think you're right. He might actually play relatively early, but I think he's got to be a 3rd round super flex pick at most. I don't think there's actually upside there. The Broncos traded up to go edge. No fun other running back discussion there. That would have been kind of cool because I think it would be. It wouldn't really make me that upset for RJ Harvey. I think they kind of won multiple backs regardless, and they kind of want to replace the whole thing, right? And so it would be like, cool, they got 2, you know?
I think Harvey's going to come out and pull a Kamara, so we want to give him as much path
You don't
to
want to ruin that
as possible. Also, really don't want a back to go here with this last selection.
You don't want to see one in Minnesota where we have Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. I kind of suspect that we wouldn't see that given the Jordan Mason trade. Although Minnesota did a lot in free agency, I don't really know what's ESPN saying their team needs are. Cornerback, guard, tackle, or they already took a guard. D tackle, safety, wide receiver. Seems like we're going to get a DB or an interior defensive lineman. They only have 4 picks total, Sean. It would be bizarre to see them go running back here with their second pick. They did not pick in the second round. They only have 2 more picks later in the draft, both in the 5th. Nothing in the 4th. They took a guard in the first round. That was a position of need. I can't believe. I imagine they're pretty bummed that future Pro Bowler Upton Stout went 2 picks ahead of him, a cornerback at a position of need there. I mean, they were probably all about Upton Stout. They went Ty Felton. There you go. So we do get a reasonably fantasy relevant player. We've been sitting here filibustering these last couple of picks. Now we have to talk about Ty Felton, who was somebody who was expected to get potential draft capital. He was somebody who fell into that like 17 receivers I was talking about that I was looking at that had decent consensus big board rankings, although he was at the bottom of that. My notes were really slow start to his career, but big 4th year earning volume. Efficiency waned, though, which is not great. So he did finally earn volume as a 4th year player. But as he did, when I say efficiency, I'm usually referring to yards per target. His yards per target fell to a career low 7.8. He did have a career high yards per route run that year because he earned a target on 29.6% of routes. Massive targets per route run. But it wasn't very good prior to that. 1,119 yards that final season. Only about that much total in the 3 seasons prior. What can you tell us about Ty Felton other than the random loose notes that I just offered?
Yeah, well, this guy is athletic, right? That's one of the exciting things about him. You look at his RV Prospect Workout Explorer closest comps. You've got names like Marvin Mims, Ricky Pearsall, who we know was overdrafted in large part because of the athleticism. You get a little bit further away, you have names like Emmanuel Sanders, Garrett Wilson, Ladd McConkey. And then I think that the final year production from Felton is pretty interesting, where you do have 1,000-yard season. You like to see some actual raw production on these guys who blow up the combine, do that kind of thing. He's got the 9 scores. You like to see touchdowns, almost a 40% dominator. He's got elite peripherals. And again, sort of a fun mix, right? Where he's got just short of 1,700 air yards. He's got 315 yards after contact. He's got 28 evaded tackles. He's the player where I mentioned that he did actually have some trouble on those catchable vertical targets, where SIS has him at 9 for 18 in that with 3 pure drops. That part isn't great, but it also, in some ways gives you a little bit of a window into what he could have put up as a season, which would have been even more impressive. When you have the athleticism, when you do have a season that gives you a lot of hope in terms of that athleticism actually translating to the football field. And then you get a price here where, again, it's early enough to put some foundation behind that and late enough that when you pick him in your own drafts, you're not really having to make that same type of bet that you have to make with a Matthew Golden, for example. I just like this a lot more. Not that he would score more than Golden, but the likelihood of him returning value for the price is a lot higher.
I liked the 96 catches. I went into his game log here because he played in the Big Ten. I was hoping to see him put up some numbers against some good teams. I didn't like this, and so I pulled it up real quick, Sean. The game log: 7-178-2 in week 1 against Connecticut, 11-152-1 against Michigan State. That's at least a Big Ten team. But then the other 2 non-conference games: 9-117-1 against Virginia, and then 14-157-1 against Villanova. That's not even a BCS school. That's his best game of the year. And then he goes on to have a high of only 104 the rest of the year. So he came out of the gate with 4 straight 110-plus games, but 3 of them in non-conference, a little bit weaker opponents. He scores 5 touchdowns right away. He's catching all these balls, all this great stuff. Then he gets into Big Ten conference play. Had 3 9-catch games in Big Ten conference play here, a nice little stretch. I just didn't like to see this, that some of the production kind of tapered off against some better opponents. For a guy who caught 96 balls, to see, these massive catch games early in the year, and then where'd it go? It's just
when I see UConn and Villanova, all I'm thinking is national championships.
You're thinking college basketball. That's a high strength of schedule right there. He put up production against Michigan State and Virginia too. All 4 of those first 4 schools are college basketball national champions in the last, 20 years. But not particularly strong football opponents, and thus at least a little bit. I mean, Ty Felton was playing for Maryland. They won a national title 25 years ago. Juan Dixon, Steve Blake. There you go. Maybe Ty Felton needs to play college basketball or pro basketball. Maybe he's in the wrong draft.
Do you like this landing spot for him?
I don't. You got Justin Jefferson, you got Jordan Addison, who we think is probably better in real life than his perception in fantasy circles. And I say we, and I'm saying you and me, but I feel very comfortable speaking for you on this. It's mostly you who is very, very high on Jordan Addison. And then you have TJ Hawkinson, another year removed from the ACL. Last year, obviously, was coming off of that, rehabbing in the first half of the year, does okay down the stretch. But going into next year, you'd expect him to be pretty well healed and be back to being a key part of the Kevin O'Connell passing game, because he was using him effectively. I see a 3-way target earning, monster there that doesn't allow room for a 4th. That is like one of the very best 3-way target earning groups in the entire league. Probably the best, probably the number 1 best 3-headed target earning, specifically target earning. I mean, Justin Jefferson's obviously one of the very best in the league. TJ Hawkinson racks up volume underneath. Addison racks up volume deep when he gets open at will down the field. You think about all the different depths and all the things they have covered. When are they ever going to throw to anyone else? Who? Ty Felton? That guy, he only had good production against Villanova.
I think that makes complete sense from a fantasy perspective. I do think that this is a fun fit in that I think that just straight up Felton's a lot better prospect than about 4 of the guys who went earlier. So just from that perspective, it's a nice reality pick. I also kind of go back when teams appear to have like too much talent, this sort of abundance of riches, and our discussion about how you would compete with the Super Bowl caliber franchises, and you either have to have Patrick Mahomes or you have to have that elite hybrid QB, or maybe you can do it like Detroit, where you surround a player like Jared Goff with so much talent that you're still more or less unstoppable. I think that has to be the path that the Vikings take, even if you like JJ McCarthy. And they're very close to it. It's so dynamic. You have the dome. You're not going to be able to run with all these guys. Because of the caliber of the QB last year, even with all of those guys even with what Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison were doing, and there were some insane plays for Jefferson where he's splitting these crazy double teams and just making plays that simply aren't there. Even with all of that, if you can add another vertical player and force teams to be more spread out on defense, then I think that probably helps you. And even though McCarthy has been saddled with that game manager label because he wasn't asked to carry the team at Michigan, the whole justification for him actually being drafted where he was is that he could do that, but also had arm talent. If you have the arm talent, maybe you can make some of those plays that Sam Darnold was not able to. So it's a reality pick.
Yeah, it's a reality pick. And I think I like what you're saying about just surrounding McCarthy with all the weapons and all of that stuff. And I think that makes sense from a reality perspective, but it doesn't matter for fantasy. I mean, he's not out earning these guys ahead of him. He's going to have a real hard time finding targets. But that's going to do it, Sean. We saw all the day 2s and day 3s. Ryan here in the chat said, do we think running backs all fly off the board in round 4? I got to think that we're going to see plenty of running backs come in 4. Last year, when we got to the running backs, when the seal kind of broke in round 5, there were like 6 or 7 and like 15 picks. Basically, every team was like, oh, we're acknowledging that, we're all waiting on somebody to start taking the running backs, but we do all have our favorite. And as soon as somebody does it, we're all going to try to do it as well. I'd suspect something similar will happen this year. Last year, Rasheen Ali goes, and then Tyrone Tracy goes one pick after him, then Keelan Robinson. Wait, was it round 4 when it really happened? That was late.
Yeah, I mean, from 120 to 134, you've got Wright, Irving, Shipley, Davis, Garendo, the Lions making a special teams pick that gets categorized at running back, and Braylon Allen. And those guys are good. And obviously we loved Irving. It's one of the reasons why when I said I'm just going to draft these running backs because they're still the play. But this class is significantly better than this one we're looking at from last year. So it can kind of work either way, right? Where they just all blitz off or teams continue to play chicken with each other.
It's kind of fascinating because I thought, I obviously in my head, I was thinking round 5 last year, but this class is significantly better, as you said. And I thought last year, the NFL told us in round 4 that they were all kind of playing chicken with each other until they started to go, and then everyone jumped in and started taking their guys that they really liked. It's fascinating to me that it lasted until round 4 again for the most part. I mean, you had Sean Payton saying, I'm going to do it in round 3 and go and get RJ Harvey. He went 3, right? I'm trying to find him. Did he go in 2? Did RJ Harvey go in the second round? He did. Pick 60, late second round. It seems like it just happened, but it was a little while ago. And then Caleb Johnson was the only one who went in 3. Surprising to me that after Harvey went in late 2, that Caleb Johnson was the only one who went in 3. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I would have thought that run would have maybe happened in 3. And to answer Ryan's question, now that we're sitting here talking about it and looking what happened last year, and now that they've had the whole night to sleep on where they're at in the draft and what's going to happen here in round 4, I would expect a lot of these teams to start taking these running backs. I think they're all going to come back and say, all right, we had our meat and potatoes picks. We took our linemen. We took our DBs in round 3 because we felt like we had to, positional value, whatever. But when they come back tomorrow, I think you're going to see, and I think it won't be you said from pick 120 to 135, 120 is this year is the 18th pick of the 4th round. I bet by the time we get to 120, we're opening at 103 tomorrow. I bet by the time we get to 120, we'll have another 4 or 5 running backs off the board already in the first 17 or 18 picks tomorrow. I think we're going to see them come off for sure.
You think that there's an element where kind of the overnight you have sort of this threshold where teams are like, if we can get to day 3, then we've demonstrated the requisite restraint, and now we can get the players that we like. The other thing that I would note is that it tends to feel so dramatic day 1 versus day 2 versus day 3. The 3-round 3 running backs last year were Trey Benson, Blake Corum, and Marshawn Lloyd. Benson and Corum especially, I think, are set up to have good seasons in 2025, arguably similar to what Charbonnet and Bigsby did in their second seasons. But the relative successes of guys like Irving and Tracy, and then the sort of future upside demonstrated by guys like Garendo and Davis, potentially a good reminder that these guys who do go tomorrow probably shouldn't be looked at that differently in your mind, depending on what you had as an original evaluation and just where the landing spot ends up being, what the depth chart looks like. It just matters so much at running back.
Yeah, so crucial. I'm just looking at the picks. You have the Jags with the 2nd and 5th picks of the 4th round. It wouldn't surprise me if they take a running back. There was obviously some discussion that they might take one as high as the 1st round, 5th overall, right? The Giants have the 3rd pick of the 4th round. Wouldn't surprise me if they paired Tyrone Tracy with somebody there. The Titans are the 1st pick in the 4th round. I mean, they kind of have a couple running backs and some other needs. Patriots are 4th. Raiders are 6th. Those teams have both already addressed running back in this draft. You get the Bears at 7th again. You have the Jets at 8th. They were talking about potentially trading Breece Hall because they presumably wanted to take another running back or something. You have the Eagles at 9. I mean, I don't know if the Eagles feel like they need a backup. I'm kind of hoping they don't take a running back in this class and we can be a little bit more excited about Will Shipley again.
I used some restraint myself and didn't mention him despite, he had the one big play last year.
the one big play. But yeah, no, actually kind of looking through some of these teams, there's a couple interesting ones. I said that maybe 4 or 5 will go in the first 20 picks. There aren't a ton of great landing spots. A couple others that come up. The Niners, they're always down to take one, but they have some running backs. The Saints are there. They have some running backs, and they have other needs. And then the Panthers and Cardinals both come up. They both took a day 2 running back last year. Obviously, Brooks tore his ACL again, but the Cardinals have Trey Benson. It would be somewhat surprising if both of those teams, who I think both finished pretty, if not last, and then low in their division last year, low enough that they have needs that aren't probably running back. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Bengals pick 119 in the 4th round. Chase Brown could get some company there. There's definitely some spots, but maybe the team, like I saw Stephanie in the chat here saying, I hope the Cowboys get someone in round 5. She's a Cowboys fan. And
I'm with her. I hope they get.
I hope they do too. Yeah.
And again, there are 4 guys at least who could not just take some snaps, but could be absolute stars right from the beginning.
But that's a team that, yeah, like you said, they could be very useful right away. And that's a team that needs it, and they don't have a pick in the 4th. Your Chiefs, once again, they went cornerback in the 3rd. They don't seem to think that running back matters, but pick 133 in the 4th towards the end of the round. Some potential for them.
Then you're going to feel silly when they trade for both Travis Etienne and Breece Hall tomorrow.
I love.
Are those guys going to get traded?
I don't think so. Not at this point. It's usually a 1st or 2nd day thing. Day 3, I don't think veterans really get traded. I don't think the GMs. There's not enough need to move around capital. It's easy to trade into these picks, or easier, right? You don't need a star player to get into a pick, but sometimes on day 1 when AJ Brown got traded, it's well, we're getting a 1st round pick for that, and then we go make that pick. Here it's well, we'll just give you a future 6th or something, and we'll take your 7th or whatever it is.
I hope that Breece Hall is still being looked at somewhat in that vein with the Jets. I get the impression that the Jaguars almost just want to give Travis Etienne away
for a 5th rounder or something. And maybe, but my point there was just going to be that, and maybe, yeah, so maybe those guys are viewed that way. They're only worth a day 3 pick. But my point was going to be that the GMs are also, because they can just move capital around. They have shorter time to make their picks. I guess my point was just that they're more focused on, I think, the actual rookie picks on day 3, because you have a lot more picks that fly off a lot quicker, and you kind of have to be. You can't really be on the phones negotiating as much, I don't think. Maybe I'm full of it there, but that's sort of my perception of day 3. So it would be surprising to me if some big names moved around. Maybe a post-draft trade, what have you. But yeah, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, some of these teams that would be really fun if they landed a rookie running back. They don't pick here early in the 4th. So anyway, we'll see how that goes. Maybe they do trade for him. I love your fanfic Chiefs trades. I mean, now I'm going to just think about Breece Hall for the Chiefs the rest of the night. I mean, that sounds awesome. I just reminded me of last year, like at the trade deadline, you were like, well, the Jets should just trade Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson to the Chiefs. Yeah, sure. Well, why not? That would be awesome.
And they've only declined in value for New York, so they missed a great opportunity there.
They missed their window.
Ben, this has been awesome. Thank you so much to everybody who shared the time with us. Thank you to you. This is some of the best 4 hours and 39 minutes of my year. Are we shutting it down?
I think we're there. Thanks everybody for hanging. Yeah, go ahead.
This has been a special episode of Stealing Bananas. Thanks everybody. I'm Shawn. With me as always is Ben. Make sure you are subscribed, as I know every single person is, to Stealing Signals, bengretch.com. I pronounce a third of those words. At least you guys know how to get over there. RotoViz, coupon code RDRT2025. We love you guys. We'll talk to you soon.